options with no jargon, no pressure, just honest advice. And if you're already in the best plan for your situation, they'll tell you so. But if not, you could save hundreds or thousands, like a lot of Ramsey fans already have. And Chapter service is free. Yep, you never pay them a dime, so don't let Medicare confusion mess with your money. Dial pound 250 and say Medicare to get your questions answered and be confident you're in the right plan for you. Again, that's pound 250 and say Medicare.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. New today, a shooting involving the U.S. Border Patrol in southern Arizona has sent one person to a hospital with critical injuries. This happened this morning in Pima County along Aravaca Road. The Pima County Sheriff's Department says it's assisting with the investigation, which also includes the FBI.
Outside of Phoenix! Outside of Phoenix!
Community members gathered at Zip Sports Grill near Central and Osborne to demand an end to ICE raids today. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live now in the news center to tell us more about what happened.
This comes after Homeland Security investigations served search warrants at 15 Zips around the valley yesterday. Local immigration attorney Juliana Manzanares went to the Zips near downtown and says more law enforcement showed up when federal agents were leaving, prepared to deploy chemical agents.
As officers were leaving with a clear path, all ready to leave, chemical agents were deployed near the crowd and people began coughing. I began coughing.
Manzanares was told workers who spoke Spanish were treated more roughly than those who spoke English. Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari was at the protest today and called for the impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Border Czar Tom Homan is in Minnesota taking over immigration operations and replacing Greg Bovino. Homan's already met with local officials, and President Trump says he has confidence in the job Homan will do.
As for Bovino, he's headed back to the El Centro sector, which is where he was the chief and where he was kind of plucked out to report directly to the secretary regarding all of these operations in across the country that he had been tasked to lead.
That's ABC's Luke Barr.
Let's get her, remove her
That's
from
the
this.
chick that spit on me last year.
Arizona state senators voting 4-3 to pass SB 1055 out of a border security subcommittee. It would require all Arizona law enforcement agencies to report when they arrest an undocumented migrant to federal authorities. Republican Janae Shamp explaining her yes vote, saying the Trump administration is targeting criminals, but was interrupted by a member of the public.
Or, God forbid, pedophiles. The people that have been arrested and removed from this country by law enforcement.
The pedophile is in the White House.
Democrat Kiana Sears saying she voted no, in part because of recent deaths related to ICE enforcement. A 54-year-old substitute teacher is facing a felony charge after police in Buckeye say she punched a fifth-grade student during a class. This happened at the Odyssey Prep Academy, where officers say Sarah Short became involved in an argument with the 10-year-old before the assault took place. She was later arrested at her home in Goodyear and booked on a charge of aggravated assault on a minor. Today's the first day of assigned seats on Southwest. Families that want to sit together may be the most impacted by the seating policy. Here's more now from ABC's Sam Champion.
It will do everything possible to get kids under 13 next to their parents, but if they can't, they'll try to accommodate you on the next available flight. They say the best advice is to buy a regular economy ticket, which is that different higher fare as opposed to a basic economy ticket, to avoid that scenario. So they are asking you to pay more for those guarantees.
For years, Southwest was known for allowing passengers to choose their own seats during the boarding process. But the company says it's moving to the new seat policy to get rid of confusion that may happen during boarding. Taking a look at Wall Street today, the Dow is, let's check it here just a moment. Got to pull up the latest numbers. Don't want to steer you wrong. The Dow is down by 408 points today. The S&P up 28 and the NASDAQ rose 215. If you need more money news, you can always visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Things look pretty good around the Valley right now, so that's some good news. Nothing to slow you down on the main lines as you're heading around to wherever you're headed on this Tuesday afternoon. Weather-wise, looking pretty good, too. 73 for a high temp, 45 the overnight low temp, and then tomorrow 74. And we could hit 75 77 by the time Friday rolls around. Currently, checking the temperature in Maricopa, it is 70 degrees. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Chris. He's Joe. Unbelievable. It's going to be a day. It's going to be a day. I can tell you right now. He's in a mood.
Aren't we always in a mood
today? I'm telling you this.
You're in a mood.
First of all, start me off here because you were telling me, Joe, that there was a rumor all over social media of more raids. Becky Lynn was talking about the raids at the Zips yesterday.
Uh-huh. Heard about those after we got off the show.
Social media was saying, oh, wait, hang on, there's more raids coming, which wouldn't surprise me.
Woke up this morning and did hear that a certain Valley grocery chain could have ICE show up today, but haven't seen any evidence of that, so I really don't want to put more out there.
I will. Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So where's the information coming from?
I don't know where they got it. I just know they posted it on, friends of mine posted it on social media.
Just let you know, I saw it too. And I wonder the same thing. Where are you getting this? Because I did not see any.
That's why I'm not.
No.
I will.
Putting a name out there.
I will. They're claiming that Food City was supposed to be raided, and then people were like, don't go to Food City today because they're going to get raided.
Yeah.
So is this like Big Grocery that's just throwing a bunch of other people out? I mean, is this Whole Foods? It's like, hey, I hear Food City's next. Don't go to Food City today. Albertson's like, repost. Don't go to Food City.
It sounds like it's one of those, to me, that game you used to play where you whispered something in someone's ear.
Telephone game.
The telephone game. So somebody probably said, well, the next place they'll hit is... And then that got to be, I heard that it's happening tomorrow.
So it started with Best Buy and it ended up at Food City? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
I'm just saying it. And of course, it could all be legit. We could see something.
So are you caring and responsible if you repost it, or are you...
No, you're part of the problem.
Part of the problem.
Look, you talked about this yesterday, Joe. You talked about how media is to blame for a lot of the miscommunication that's going on out there. I'm going to say social media as well.
Oh, yeah.
But then you tried to pat yourself on the back. It was quite a feat. And you said, but we don't do that because we deal in facts.
And
I said credibility is our currency.
Yeah,
that's
and
the
then
most
you went
important
running
thing.
your trap over there and gave out Food City's name. Even though
I'm telling you what the rumors are. I'm telling you, look, you can't believe everything you read online.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. And to that point, maybe I'll go to Food City today with my papers because you never know. You never know what I'm going to, I might look at somebody funny and they might think we didn't know that he didn't have a gun. You don't know.
Do you have backup papers?
I should probably have some backup papers, shouldn't I?
For your papers.
Yeah. I probably should carry those with me too.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, what was the deal at Zips? We actually don't know. Right, Becky Lynn? We actually don't know.
At this point, we do not know any more than what we've already said.
They did just like a coordinated raid at like more than a dozen Zips across the valley.
15 locations is what I've been told, yes. And we do not know anything more than that.
But they took some people out in custody.
Yes, but we don't know why. We don't know if the corporate office was included in that.
It's still evolving investigation.
We will hear more when they're ready to tell us more.
I want somebody to tell us more.
I do too.
And some workers were let out from some locations.
To my point yesterday, though, this is creating a truth vacuum because we don't know what's happening. And so we start to fill in the blanks in our mind based on our previous experience. And this is part of our absolute natural survival instinct. If there's something that we're unsure of, we try to understand it based on our knowledge of what we've witnessed in the past. And so we say, we know that ICE was involved. We know that Homeland Security was there. We know that HSI, Homeland Security...
Investigates, I believe.
Okay, like the FBI, for Bureau of Investigations, like Homeland Security Investigation or something of the sort? Okay. So we know that they showed up, right? These are the things that we do know. So what we do is we take this little bit of information, we piece it together, and we say, okay, it must have been that they were raiding these Zips restaurants and they were arresting people who are here without documents. What'd you find?
Investigations.
Okay.
Homeland Security investigations.
So we assume then, and this is it's kind of dangerous to do it, but what we do is we fill in these blanks because the administration isn't telling us anything, because Homeland Security isn't telling us. We go, it's an ongoing investigation. And you go, an investigation into what? Well, we can't tell you that it's ongoing. If you don't tell us what it is, we then start to talk amongst ourselves. We go, oh, I bet it's that Zips was hiring people who were here illegally. Oh, I bet it's that Zips was running a smuggling operation. Oh, I'll bet that Zips has some sort of a transcontinental trafficking group going on. Like, all of a sudden, the collective minds start going wild without information. And then we start pointing fingers, which is exactly what happened today. AZ Central runs an ad and it's like, what we know about the Zips Sports Grill raid.
Which was really more about the history of Zips.
And all it did was tell us, here's who owns it, Goldman Management, Inc.
Here's
Todd Goldman is the owner of Goldman Management, Inc.
Here's what they first owned out here in the valley before Zips.
What does that have? What does that tell us, other than who the head of the management company is?
Well, I think that's a story that AZ Central put out there to say, hey, we know you're talking about Zips, so we're going to put out a story and get a bunch of clicks on it.
But all this does is create more confusion. Are we to infer that Todd Goldman is part of some sort of global trafficking scheme? Because I'm not going to go that far. Are we to suppose that Todd Goldman is trying to hire people without documentation?
I think it leads to rumors to run rampant.
And because of that, all of a sudden, then you get people on one side that say, well, you know, Zips was hiring people that were here illegally, and Zips is doing this, and Zips is doing that. And then you get people on the other side that are saying, you don't know that, and you don't know that they did anything wrong, and everyone's innocent until proven guilty. No, I'm pretty sure that there are probably some cooks that are going out in handcuffs and aren't coming back to this country. But also, I don't know that Todd Goldman was behind some sort of a grand scheme.
Could the government put enough out there that we wouldn't do that? Or would we naturally speculate and run wild with a narrative?
There's always going to be a hole. Right? There's always going to be holes in information. We're always going to try to fill those holes. But what the government is doing right now is they're leaving gaping holes. At the very least, they could say something of the effect that we ran an investigation. This operation was weeks in the planning. We know that there were people suspected of being employed there without documentation. We're trying to find out how they got hired.
But we don't know any of that.
But we don't even know that. We don't know. And are these and here's the other thing, and this is where things are going south for the administration. You're picking up a guy who's at work on the line, right? He's cooking at a sports grill.
Seems to be.
Is he one of the worst of the worst? Is he somebody with a long, vast criminal history? Maybe, but also maybe not. So what happens? We start to fill in the blanks. And we start saying, well, you know that Homeland Security wouldn't have gone in there and tried to shut this business down if they weren't taking the worst of the worst.
Well, the worst of the worst thing too, in some people's mind, simply crossing the border does make you part of the worst of the worst. Oh, you committed a crime. But to many other people, you're not the worst of the worst. What do we hear Governor Hobbs say every time she's on with Bruce and Gatos? That the Trump administration is not going after the worst of the worst. They're not doing what they said that they were going to do to start this. It's not, rapists,
murderers,
drug czars,
drug dealers, and insane asylum escapees.
Yeah, they're going out and picking up, 5-year-olds in Minneapolis.
Well, in fairness, he did have a backpack.
What was in that backpack?
You don't know what was in that backpack.
And he had a hat, too.
We don't. Again, was that 5-year-old a domestic terrorist? No. We don't know that he wasn't. Probably better safe than sorry. Next time, shoot him in the back. Mm-hmm. That's the way you do it. Speaking of being shot in the back, this Alex Preddy dude, did you see this GoFundMe has raised like $1.5 million?
I saw $500,000 on the first day or so.
Can I just put this out there right now? If anyone's ever wanted to support me, could you start a GoFundMe before I'm dead? Because I'd love to see some of that money before I get shot in the back.
I don't think
even just go halvesies. Just halvesies on that. I'd like to have that money ahead of time. I was thinking about the families of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis and Renee Good in Minneapolis. And I was thinking, are they going to, do they have a lawsuit? Do they get to sue Homeland Security and say wrongful death? And do they have to make a case? Or do the ICE agents, when J.D. Vance says that they all have absolute immunity for anything they do, does that also mean that there's no responsibility for a wrongful death? Do you have thoughts on that? I mean, we are on the radio. You want to make sounds. Unbelievable.
No, I have a lot of thoughts on that.
Pablo, come get your host.
You said it was going to be a long day today.
It's going to be a long day today. Yeah. I asked the question. Joe just looked at me and goes, yeah. Huh. Huh.
I have a lot of thoughts on that.
Did you slip him a Mickey before the show, or what'd you do?
He did give me those waffle fries.
What are they, Valium waffle fries?
I shared them. We feeling the same, but we didn't give them.
Do we need to investigate where you got those waffle fries from?
No, just talk to Chris. That's all you got to do.
Unbelievable.
I had a lawyer tell me one time that you can sue over anything, whether or not you actually have a case, another matter.
That's the big question, right?
The families obviously can bring a lawsuit, but to your point with Vance.
Yeah, will they get thrown out of the court is my question.
No.
All right, so our why today then. Why are the families of Renee Good and Alex Preddy going to have a long wait before they get closure for the death of their loved ones? I talk for a living too. After being killed in Minneapolis, that is next. And the Chris and I hate it when my own sarcasm bites me in my butt and make fun of you, and then all of a sudden, look at that karma.
Hey, you going to do a show today over there? Or you're just going to stumble over your words. What's it going to be? Which one? Pablo?
I mean, I deserve that. Yeah.
Come get your host.
It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
2:16, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. One person is reported to be in critical condition following a shooting involving the U.S. Border Patrol in southern Arizona today. We're told it happened along Aravaca Road in Pima County. This area is a common path for drug smuggling. The person who was shot was flown to a hospital for treatment. We don't have any details right now on what led up to the gunfire, although the FBI says it's investigating an alleged assault on a federal officer. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. We're looking for a high today to hit 73, 74 tomorrow with a few clouds, and right now it is 70 in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Also, shout out to Sun Lakes. Thank you for listening to the Chris and Joe Show in Sun Lakes. Appreciate that. The chat, KTAR News YouTube channel is popping off, Joe. It's a deep dive into toilet paper on there right now.
Before you even get there, Chris, you have to, of course, boop that subscribe button on the
Boop it.
KTAR News YouTube.
Boop away, my friends. Our why today. Why are the families of Renee Good and Alex Preddy going to have to wait for a while before they get closure on their loved ones being killed in Minneapolis? Joining us now is our KTAR legal analyst, Barry Markson. Barry, good to have you on the program.
What's up, boys?
Hey there, my friend. I was thinking about the families of these two people that got killed in Minneapolis, and I thought, do they have a case against the government? Can they file a lawsuit and claim wrongful death and get some sort of recompense from the government?
Yeah, I mean, they can sue the government, they can sue the individual officer, but it's a very, very difficult climb. The officer has what's called qualified immunity, which means that in order to get past that, you have to show that a constitutional right was violated, and it's a right that was what's called clearly established, which means that a reasonable officer would have known that their actions were illegal. And it's a high standard to meet, because the officers aren't going to think their standard is that their acts are illegal, but what would a reasonable officer have done? So it's yes. So the answer to your question is yes, they can sue. There's a case called Bivens that allows them to sue individual federal agents like that. But this current U.S. Supreme Court under Chief Justice Roberts, has really, there have been a few cases that have kind of eviscerated that Bivens rule. So it's basically, yes, they can sue, but it's going to be very, very difficult to win.
When we talk about a reasonable officer, what is the guidance on that? And I'll use Renee Good as an example. Her vehicle was surrounded by officers, but only one of them fired. I mean, does that indicate that he was the only reasonable officer there that was firing, or does it indicate that none of the other officers felt that it rose to the level of needing to pull their firearm?
Well, it really would be a reasonable officer in his particular position. So a reasonable officer that was 20 feet away and behind the car and wasn't at risk is a different situation than the officer who, in that instance, may have felt that his life was at risk because the car was moving. And potentially that she was trying to hit him. So it's a fact intensive question. It's not something I can just tell you. It's not in statute. It's whenever somebody says what a reasonable officer would do, that's going to be up to the jury to decide, did this officer do what a reasonable law enforcement officer would do?
KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson joins us. Barry, let's go further down that road then. So we're talking about an officer who's in the front of a vehicle, could say right in front of it, could say just off to the side of it. But if we're only questioning that individual and a jury is supposed to make this determination, members of that jury haven't been law enforcement. So how do they determine what is and isn't reasonable for an officer?
Well, and it's important to remember, we're talking about civil lawsuits right now. So this is
Right.
money, this is compensation for the family, not a criminal thing. So the qualified immunity is supposed to shield officials for reasonable mistakes. In other words, law enforcement officers are allowed to make reasonable mistakes. They're in very difficult circumstances. We're talking about this particular instance, which for many people is alarming. But the general idea of qualified immunity is that law enforcement officers are in very difficult positions. They're making split-second decisions that are life and death, and often their own life is at risk. So the idea was to provide them with some protection from that. They're allowed to make reasonable mistakes. They're allowed to act as a reasonable officer would, even if it results in injury or death to someone. So the question here is did this officer in this particular circumstance act as a reasonable officer would? So to answer your question, Joe, there will be expert witnesses. There'll be ICE experts. There'll be law enforcement experts who will talk about whether the officer should have been positioned where he was, why he didn't move to a different spot. Should you stand in front of a car that's on and potentially moving? They will go through every single thing that happened in the time leading up to this and through this, and determine and provide opinion about whether or not it was reasonable. But both sides will have those experts, and as you might imagine, the experts will say what each side needs them to say.
So two different cases here then, Barry. Like you pointed out, Good behind the wheel of a vehicle, and Preddy had a conceal and carry permit. But is that key phrase, does it all come down to, you said it, I felt my life was being threatened, and, Good is behind a vehicle. I certainly think you could claim there, well, she's in a car. Preddy had a gun. And if you're an officer, can't you just claim, well, maybe he had another gun? I don't know. How am I supposed to know? And I felt my life was being threatened.
Yeah, it goes to our reasonable constitutional protections too. So with Preddy, obviously he had a First Amendment right to be there and to be observing, and if he was protesting or not, but certainly to be observing. And he had a Second Amendment right to carry that weapon. It was licensed and legal in Minnesota for him to have that weapon, and he never drew it. So did shooting him when he didn't brandish his weapon, he didn't take it out of the holster. In fact, it was taken away from him before he was shot. But would that be sufficient is what the officer did reasonable under those circumstances? I think there's certainly an argument with Preddy. I think a stronger argument that what the officers did there could be argued was not reasonable under those circumstances with someone who wasn't, we've seen from this video at least, I haven't seen a full investigation, but he wasn't attacking the officers. He wasn't being aggressive with officers. They would argue he was armed. He was fighting back with the officers. He wasn't complying with commands. And they would say that once a gun is present, taking additional action might be necessary. So these are always jury questions. They're very fact intensive. They're expert intensive. But it's a very high standard for a plaintiff to bring, a family to bring.
Barry Markson is our KTAR legal analyst, and as we talk about what's happening in Minnesota, a couple of court cases as well. One, an evidence case where a judge said that the federal agencies can't destroy the evidence in these cases, which surprised me that they even could before. I always thought evidence is something that was kind of held sacred and should always be preserved. The other is about enforcement of immigration in Minnesota, and basically the state and the city of Minneapolis are saying that they want the federal officers out of there completely. What's the ramification? What's the ripple effect to other states, including Arizona, depending on how these cases are adjudicated? if they get a temporary restraining order against federal agents in Minneapolis, does that mean that we could have Phoenix or the state of Arizona immediately ask for a restraining order against federal agents and a surge here in the Valley?
Well, I know the Attorney General's office, Chris May's office, has filed, has joined at least one of those lawsuits, and I don't know which one, but there's one of those lawsuits that Minnesota's filed has been joined by 20 or 20-something states. So it could have greater ramification based on that. But generally, you'd have to have a case in Arizona or in the Ninth Circuit that would govern here. But certainly, that would have a lot of weight if that restraining order was issued there. It wouldn't be controlling necessarily in Arizona, but it would be difficult for the federal government to keep doing the same type of operations around the country with that sort of a thing. And I would expect the government would appeal that pretty quickly and try to get out from under that. So if that's your question, it's what's happening now in Minnesota could happen in other states. The federal government has a lot of power over immigration. That's their authority, and they're allowed to enforce that law in different states. One of the issues people are arguing in Minnesota is they're getting no help or very little help from the state and local authorities. You have sanctuary city laws there that are making it more difficult for federal officers that we don't have in Arizona. So we may not see as much of the same difficulty here. But the bigger issue for me is what I would consider to be the constitutional violations against U.S. citizens, asking U.S. citizens for their papers, asking them to establish their U.S. citizens. That's unconstitutional. That's not who we are as Americans. I would love to see, I think everybody take a step back, have a pause in Minneapolis, and hopefully in Arizona too, and find ways to round up criminally legal aliens and deport them, but to do this in a way that's not offensive, not offending our constitutional rights for U.S. citizens and those here in the country legally.
Last one for you, Barry Markson, our KTAR News legal analyst. Barry, if you were the attorney called in to represent these ICE agents, are you looking to settle, or do you want this to go to court? How confident are you that they would be cleared versus do you want to strike some sort of deal and keep this out of a trial?
It's always best to try to get a case settled. It takes the risk away from everybody, the time and expense, and the emotional damage that can be done from dragging this out through a lawsuit. From a strictly legal perspective, is it, as far as winning something? I mean, I think the Preddy case would be a little bit more difficult, but the deck is stacked. The way the laws are written now and the Supreme Court cases in recent years has just made it very, very difficult to sue individual federal agents in cases like this. So it's not to say you can't win. And some of this, what we've seen here, certainly appears to be egregious before we've seen full investigations. But it'd be a very, very difficult case to win against a federal agent defendant.
KTAR News legal analyst, Barry Markson. Thank you so much, Barry. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Let's do this. Joe, grab the phones here. Let's see if we can just open those up. 602-277-KTAR is that number. 602-277-5827. And it's a pretty simple question, kind of the Goldilocks question. Do you see ICE enforcement tactics right now as going too far, not far enough, or that they're doing the job just right? Is ICE too much, not enough, or just right? That's it. Simple question. Then, of course, we want you to tell us why you feel that way. 602-277-5827. 602-277-KTAR. You're watching the story change in real time. You got investigators, officials, political leaders all scrambling to get ahead of it. Who controls that fallout is next, as well as your phone calls. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics?
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th, and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
As the old saying goes, size matters. At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff. But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got a recommendation for you. It's K2 Vision RLE. Whether you wear readers, glasses, contacts. Now, for me, it's readers, and I'm frustrated. I want to get rid of my readers. I went to K2 Vision RLE, and I'm going to be getting the procedure. No more readers for me, and I'll never have to worry about a cataract for the rest of my life. K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless, and you can trust them. They've done this over 150,000 times. Make an appointment at K2VisionRLE.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on most beds with base. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store today.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
If Kristi Noem is not fired immediately by Donald Trump, then we will proceed with impeachment of Kristi Noem.
Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari among those taking part in a demonstration in central Phoenix this afternoon demanding an end to ICE raids. It comes one day after a number of Zip sports grills were targeted in a Homeland Security operation, although many details are still unknown.
The facts right now are very clear. ICE is the most well-funded law enforcement agency in the United States of America. They actually have more funding than many militaries, most militaries around the entire world.
We'll have more on this throughout the afternoon. One person said to have been critically injured following a shooting involving the U.S. Border Patrol in southern Arizona. This happened this morning along Aravaca Road in Pima County. That's an area commonly known as a drug smuggling route. The injured person was flown to a hospital for treatment. The Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI are assisting with this investigation. The FBI describes what happened as an alleged assault on a federal officer. Arizona is one of a number of states that will be getting millions of dollars to continue building EV charging stations across the state.
In a final ruling, a federal judge ordering the Department of Transportation to release about $1 billion in funding for the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. Arizona among 19 other states that challenged the Trump administration's withholding of close to $1 billion designed to build out the EV infrastructure across the U.S. AG Chris Mays praised the ruling, saying Arizona was owed the money. She recovered $15 million that will expand the number of charging stations across Arizona. John Roller, KTAR News.
Let's check traffic now with Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 northbound near Thomas Road. Gilbert with debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202 Santan Freeway westbound approaching Higley Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. I-17 southbound near the US 60 Grand Avenue westbound transition. Looking towards surface streets. Surprise with a crash on Brookside Lane and Reams Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
73, the high temp expected this afternoon with an overnight low 45 and clear skies, and tomorrow partly cloudy and 74. Right now we're at 72 in Tolleson. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Tuesday, and the government shuts down on Friday if a deal can't be made. Will Democrats hold out and demand changes with ICE? And will the public actually support this shutdown to get those changes? We're on it today at 4. Outspoken with Bruce and Getty.
Chris and Joe show. You see this, Chris? They changed our read. You know, we nailed that Renaissance Festival thing last week, and now they have they've changed some copy. Here's what we have now.
Okay.
The Arizona Renaissance Festival returns for its 38th year, starting January 31st. Travel back in time for jousting, feasts, and fun for the whole realm. Visit the contest page at KTAR.com for all the royal details and your chance to win tickets.
We used to have to say, hear ye, hear ye.
It really was a lot more medieval. And now they went medieval on us. And they said, just read the script, dummy. So
I feel like we got renaissanced.
I just gave it to him right there.
We asked you the question, and we asked that you give us a call and tell us your thoughts. 602-277-KTAR, 602-277-5827. In light of what you've seen in various U.S. cities, do you think the ICE enforcement tactics right now are going too far? Are they not going far enough? Or are they doing the job just right? Let's start. Is it? Who's it? My screen is.
We're going to talk with William.
Okay, very good. William, thank you. Go ahead, William.
Hey, how's it going?
Dandy there, my friend. Is ICE enforcement tactics too far, not enough, or just right?
It's like a twofold approach. It's not far enough. I mean, currently I'm sitting at my building on 35th Ave and seeing at least 30 people walk across the back, and they try to break in the building. I'm sitting here watching them. I talk to them, and over half of them are illegal. I talk to them, ask them where they're from, ask them how long they've been here. I speak Spanish just fine, and it's not far enough. It's constant. The buildings are trashed constantly, thousands and thousands of dollars a month. And the cops, they're done. They're like, we can't do anything about it. Actually, one is walking up to my window as we speak, and
what?
I know he's not from here. As we speak.
Wow. So you just go talk to these guys? See, you're braver than I am.
I mean, they're in my building. I have to talk to them. I have to get them out so that we can do construction on them.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know what kind of building we were talking about there. So, what about the tactics, though? I mean, it doesn't feel like as long as you get the job done, it doesn't really matter if it feels like if it's heavy-handed.
No, I think that Trump needs to pull back, do a retraining, do a 3-4 month retraining. Who cares if it's 3 or 4 months? Do like a police academy, which is for 4 or 6 months for all these guys at it, and then send them back out. But yeah, pull back, do a retraining, and then at the same time, a double approach with they need to make coming here easier, cheaper. I've brought people over here from Mexico, from Mongolia, from China. I've paid for them to come over here. All the lawyers' fees, it's tons and tons and tons of money.
Yeah.
And these, it's easier to go through the cartels to come across than it is to go to the border checkpoint and claim asylum how they're supposed to. They know this. I mean, I have tons of patients. I talk to them all the time, and they tell me that they would never do it again. They would never come across it again.
Yeah.
Massive stories.
William, so everything you're telling me sounds really, actually very reasonable. And I think you probably echo the sentiments of an awful lot of people. But let me just paraphrase and make sure I'm hearing you correctly, okay? And that is, there are still too many people living here without documents that came across the border and should not have. You're seeing that there's damage being done in your community, and that damage is being done by people who are here that you're witnessing doing the damage, and they're here without documents. When it comes to immigration, however, you feel like we need to do some retraining of ICE agents, and that we need immigration reform. Is that a fair summary?
Yep.
Dude, I think you're speaking for about 95% of America right now. Am I wrong on that?
No, I don't think so. Not at all. No.
Oh, well, all right. William, that's very good. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And he comes to the table with solutions.
Oh.
God bless him. That's really good. ICE tactics, going too far, not far enough, or are they doing the job just right? Sometimes you don't want to see how the sausage is made. And I feel like some of what we're seeing now is we're seeing how the sausage is made. And people are not like, this is not great. When you're sending
people who don't have enough training out into the field and you see
honestly,
death happening right in front of your eyes on
honestly,
camera.
I think some of the training has to do with crowd control, right? And we've got to have some training in there that says, how do you de-escalate? And that's what I'm witnessing in Minneapolis. I haven't seen anybody that's level-headed that says, let's de-escalate.
I'm not in charge. You're not in charge. But to me, it also seems like the cooperation between agencies needs to be a little better there. And I mean, when you're talking ICE and Homeland Security, to me, they have one job: to be, rounding up people who should not be here, who are accused of things, coming here illegally and committing various crimes. And then, doesn't there have to be a way to get the local law enforcement more involved with some of that crowd control? It seems like that's where they could really, the organizations could work together better. And we definitely don't have that cooperation up in Minnesota from what I've seen to this point.
602-277-5827. 602-277-KTAR. Let's go to Gilbert. Is it Coyce? Am I saying that correctly?
That's correct.
All right, Coyce, ICE tactics. Going too far, not far enough, or just right?
They just need to keep their mouths shut and take care of business and quit dealing with the public and put a big billboard on their sign, just like James Bond. He turns around and takes care of business. He doesn't tell anybody what he's doing. When Donald Trump bombs another country, he keeps his mouth shut and takes care of business.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm noticing, and tell me how you feel about this, one of the things I'm noticing is that, for instance, this Border Patrol Chief Bovino, he was traveling around with like a social media team. Kristi Noem is traveling with a social media team, and that strikes me as a very bizarre way to enforce, to your point. A bizarre way to enforce is that it seems to be as much about the spectacle as it is about the actual enforcement. Are you witnessing the same thing I am?
Absolutely. Why do you have to have a badge on your back? You turn around and just take care of business. I mean, the FBI, when they go in, just like on Zips yesterday, did they go when they have their investigation? Did they go tell them they're going to investigate you every day? No, they went in all 14 places and took care of business. So that's the way they should be doing it when they take care of these people out.
Coyce, I was just going to
people take them out.
I was just going to ask you about Zips because I think you're right. They did go in and, as you say, they just did their job. But do we know what they were doing? Do you feel like ICE should be releasing more details in terms of what the people at Zips were allegedly detained or apprehended for? What was this months-long investigation?
But the way they handled it was brilliant because they kept their mouth shut. They went 30 days. They didn't tell anybody, and advertise it. Like Trump says, when Obama was in the White House, he told everybody he was going to go bomb this and bomb that. Like Trump says, keep your mouth shut and take care of business. That's the way they should be doing it.
Yeah, well,
do not wear on a billboard and do not, they handled it with Zips just fine. I don't know what happened over there, but they took care of business.
Yeah, I got to tell you this real quick though, because I hear what you're saying. No, bring him back.
He's there.
I hear what you're saying.
I'm here.
Okay. I hear what you're saying about keeping your mouth shut, but so Trump did do that. He kept his mouth shut before they went in and got Moderno, but it's not like we didn't know that he was building up warships. I mean, he's building up warships in Iran right now, and he was like threatening
They'd gotten a tanker
Greenland
a week or two before.
Yeah, so it's kind of a fine line between letting people know that if you keep it up versus the actual operation. Am I right on that? Like the
Absolutely.
actual. Okay, all right. The actual operation
Yeah.
versus sort of the buildup. Okay, good deal. Of course, thanks, man.
Build up the momentum, and that's it. You know?
I got you. Thanks, man. Good to talk to you. Appreciate that. Did you see also that the futures market? You'd like this because you're a gambler. This isn't gambling, Joe. This is predicting futures.
I know the Dow is down around 400. Last Becky Lynn told me.
Yeah.
What's the futures market?
Well, you can bet on whether or not Kristi Noem is going to get fired.
I saw that she went from around 12% the other day to 40%, most likely to be the first one fired. I've certainly taken a look at that, but I heard...
You're taking a look. What a weird world that we live in when we're betting on people's careers.
I did not bet on it. I also saw the president say, though, that he made a statement today that Kristi Noem, he seemed to be supporting her. So I don't know what those markets look like now.
He was supporting Bovino, too, until Bovino came out after the Preddy shooting and said, he was going to massacre everyone.
And Bovino did not lose his job. He just got demoted back to where he was. So I guess you could say he was demoted, but he didn't get fired.
Well, I don't think you can demote Kristi Noem back to governor of South Dakota, can you?
Maybe.
Is that a demotion?
Maybe we could. Maybe you don't know what President Trump can do. Maybe he can say, "Sending you back."
We'll get more of your thoughts here in just a moment. Would you? You would think that Washington would have learned their lesson, but you know better. The predictable is about to come true, and the politicians absolutely love that it's happening because they're making money. Why it's going to cost you is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from KTAR News. This show's keyword is
Scotty. Scotty.
Text the word
Scotty
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:48. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The chief federal judge in Minnesota says the Trump administration has failed to comply with orders to hold hearings for detained immigrants. As a result, the judge ordered the head of Immigration and Customs Enforcement to appear before him on Friday to explain why he should not be held in contempt. In an order dated Monday, Chief Judge Patrick J. Schultz said Todd Lyons, the acting director of ICE, must appear personally in court. Schultz took the administration to task over its handling of bond hearings for immigrants it has detained. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. We're headed for 73 degrees for our high this afternoon, 45 overnight, and partly cloudy skies on Wednesday with a high of 74. Currently, it is 70 in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com.
Hey guys, it's Mike Broomhead. If you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. With testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss, start this month, get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, you'll sleep better, you'll lose that belly fat. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like real testosterone. Start TRT today, get a free month of GLP-1 medication. That's a $299 value, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Gatos. What was ICE doing at Zips all over the valley? We'll talk about it. Outspoken with Bruce and Gato starts at 4.
And you could win Greenskeeper tickets to the greatest show on grass. Listen throughout Arizona's morning news, the Broomhead Show. Chris and Joe Show, Outspoken, for a special code. When you hear it, text it to 620-620. The more you listen, the more chances you have to win tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Good luck.
I have my best WM Open attire on today, Chris. I am ready to be a greenskeeper.
You're a bit much today.
Sorry.
You're a bit much.
Okay.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Phone number 602-277-KTAR. We asked the question, when it comes to ICE tactics, are they going too far, not far enough, or are they doing the job just right? 602-277-KTAR. Start us off, JW in Chandler. Good to hear from you. JW, talk to me about ICE. Too far?
All right.
Go
How
ahead.
you brothers doing?
We're doing well there, my man. Are we going too far, not far enough, or just right?
Too far.
Too far.
Why too far, JW?
Too far. Well, because people are dying. I believe there's got to be a way to enforce the law in America without lives being accidentally taken, purposely taken. It's kind of like the ICE is like a on-demand SWAT team. They're just going through, running through things, and targeting certain people. I believe that the motive is right to get the illegals out of America. That's a great idea. It's a great motive. But there has to be a way to do it without, people dying. And then the last guy that got killed, it's obvious he didn't have a gun on him. It's obvious he wasn't brandishing a weapon. It's obvious he wasn't trying to attack anybody. But yet we just look over all that and say, oh, he was trying to do this, and he was not. I mean, we all got eyes. We saw the video. We saw what happened. That guy did not threaten anybody. He stuck his nose where he shouldn't have. He did that. He was wrong. He was wrong, but he didn't deserve to die. He didn't deserve to die for it.
All right, so
the tactics are too far.
So you'd like to see more of a scalpel than a hatchet approach is kind of what I'm hearing from you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Good comment, JW. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Tom in Phoenix. Tom, ICE tactics, too far?
Yeah, I got to agree, way too far. Come on, like the last caller, people are dying in the streets. And I want to go back to the Constitution. Our fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers built this country for this to happen on our land, on our streets. We got a major problem. Defund ICE and stop the government. Let's shut it down and rebuild this government, and priorities got to get it right. Our priorities are wrong, but how do we do that? I want to make Trump look like he's a winner. Build him up. Build a little doll, right, that talks. You pull a string, and he smiles, and he says something pretty absurd, and then present that to him and say thank you as we defund the country, as we defund ICE and rebuild it stronger, better, morals included.
All right. Tom, thank you so much for that.
Tom had me until the doll.
I was a little confused by that. I think he was thinking, flatter Trump, give him a prize, and then just do what you need to do. I think that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
Jack is in Glendale. Jack, tell me about ICE tactics. Too far, not far enough, or just right? Oh, Jackie. I'm sorry, Jackie.
Sorry about that.
Jackie.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that clarification.
Yeah.
I am in the middle, but more leaning towards not enough. This is exactly what I voted for Trump for. And granted, yes, people are dead. That is very tragic. I am sorry for that. But you don't interrupt the police. You don't take a gun to a protest. I'm sorry. That's just the way I feel.
Yeah, that's fair, Jackie. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for the way you feel, but let me relay a conversation I was having with a coworker earlier today. If we were to go back to the founding of this country, right? Let's go all the way back to when we were a British colony. You may remember that there was an incident in the streets of Boston where there were a number of British soldiers who shot American protesters. They called it the Boston Massacre, right? Which side of that battle would you have been on?
That is a tough question. I think I would probably be on the side of the protesters because I am not aware of the protesters going in and being violent to the British soldiers.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. This Constitution in this country was based on the rule of law and to follow the law.
Mm-hmm.
They're not following in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
These ICE officers are doing a fantastic job, and if you break the law, there's consequences.
Yeah, in 1774, there was a customs official who was British, who the Americans didn't like his tactics, and so they tarred and feathered him. Whose side would you have been on in that case, the customs official or the American protesters?
Well, I don't know what his tactics were.
Well, he was charging them, and he was just belligerent. Yeah.
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. So here's your homework. You're going to do your own research. It's called John Malcolm. And he was, by no means was he a good dude. I mean, he was just kind of a jerk, but he was a customs official enforcing the king's law at the time. And the protesters didn't like it, and they violently responded. And today, we hold them up as heroes. So I'm just curious as to where you fall on that argument. Jackie, really good conversation. Thank you so much for it. Appreciate you. I just want to put this in historical context. I hear everybody trying to compare ICE to Nazis, and that immediately changes the context, right?
Anytime you bring up Nazis, you're losing.
So then I got to thinking, you realize that we were a British colony, and it was the Redcoats were government officials who were enforcing the law at the time, and the American terrorists didn't like it, and they protested, and then they became violent, and suddenly we've got freedoms.
We all like the Constitution until we see people doing things we don't like, and then all of a sudden we talk about how they're the problem, and we don't stand up so much for parts of it.
We say that we're law and order until we see the enforcers of law and order breaking the law, and then we say you have to comply and then deal with it later. And I just think there's a lot of mixed messaging going on between who we canonize.
Picking and choosing, yeah.
We canonize one by saying our founding fathers were brave, and then we go, but you can't stand up to authority.
Yeah.
Really bizarre. All right, we're going to shift gears just a little bit here in a moment, and you're ready to file. The state is not ready for your refund yet, and it's stuck in the middle. Should you even file your taxes? Find out next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Your number one asset. Think about it. What do you pay the most for every single month? It's your home, of course, and in many cases, it's our biggest investment as well. Advanced Window Products has been helping Arizona homeowners improve their comfort, their efficiency, their curb appeal, and protect their investment for 40 years. Family-owned, local, here to stay. You're talking about a company that is in the Valley, for the Valley, specializing in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors. They build those windows and doors in their Arizona factory, right in the West Valley. And then they're installed by your neighbors. There's no subcontractors. There's no middleman markups. You only get the highest quality glass that you can find. Cardinal glass, also made right here in the Valley. Most homes, they finish them up in a day, and every window comes with a lifetime warranty. And that warranty is serviced, again, by the local team. These are your neighbors, and your neighbors are very interested in making sure that you are happy, because the last thing they would want is to see you at the Little League game and you say, you just screwed things up. They don't want that. So remember this, too. The warranty transfers to the next homeowner. The best warranty in the business. Labor, glass, parts, all of it included. And during the New Year special, save $1,250 off for 5 or more windows. Or if you get 10 windows or more, we'll give you $2,500 off. Financing as low as 0%. Can't go wrong with advanced window products. 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. Or visit advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do? You
test it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Ice out of Phoenix! Ice out of Phoenix!
Community members demand an end to ICE raids in the Valley after Homeland Security served search warrants at more than a dozen Zip sports grills yesterday. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center to give us the details.
Local immigration attorney Juliana Manzanares was at the location near Central and Osborne and accused federal agents of terrorizing the community.
Those who spoke English were treated more respectfully, while those who did not speak English or had an accent described being treated more roughly.
Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari was also at the protest today and called for the impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
One person is reported to be in critical condition following a shooting involving U.S. Border Patrol in southern Arizona today. We're told it happened along Aravaca Road in Pima County, an area that's a common path for drug smuggling. The person who was shot was flown to a hospital for treatment, and we don't have any details right now on what led up to the gunfire, although the FBI says it's investigating an alleged assault on a federal officer. Arizona Senate Republicans have joined together in a resolution calling for the state's attorney general to resign. That comes after Chris May spoke about her concerns the state's Stand Your Ground law could endanger immigration enforcement officers during operations. The Republicans call her comments misleading and reckless. Mays later clarified her remarks, saying that she stands with local law enforcement. Jury selection is beginning in a trial that alleges Meta and YouTube deliberately addict and harm children. ABC's Alex Stone reports from Los Angeles that right before the trial, one company made a deal allowing it to avoid going in front of a jury.
Just before the trial was set to begin here in L.A., TikTok agreed to settle, avoiding trial. Meta's Instagram and Google's YouTube are still facing claims that their platforms deliberately addict and harm children. Snapchat settled the case last week, taking it out of the trial. The core of the case is around a 19-year-old woman. She claims that her use of social media from an early age addicted her to technology and led to depression and suicidal thoughts. Her case is expected to be a bellwether to see how similar cases could play out in front of a jury. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
One person has died and a second person was rescued from the Verde River Monday by the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. MCSO says the two people were trying to cross the river in a side-by-side vehicle before they were swept away. A hoist rescue was performed to save the first person from the river. The second person was later found dead downstream. The Sheriff's Office reminds everyone to use extreme caution when recreating near the rivers, and crossing waterways and flood paths can be deadly. Time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia is brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's January 27th, and back on this day in 1956, RCA Records releases Elvis Presley's single, Heartbreak Hotel.
Well, since my baby left me, well, I found a new place to dwell.
Written by Mayborn Axton, a high school teacher with a background in musical promotion, and Tommy Durden, a Florida-based singer-songwriter, Heartbreak Hotel would become Elvis's first million seller. In 2016, an article in Rolling Stone magazine suggested that the story originated from a report about a painter and criminal whose marriage had failed and who wrote an unpublished autobiography, including the line, "This is the story of a person who walked a lonely street." The story was published and received further publicity after he was shot and killed in an attempted robbery in El Paso, Texas. Within 2 months, Heartbreak Hotel received #1 on the Billboard Pop chart and the Country Western charts. And it all started when Heartbreak Hotel was released back on this day in 1956.
Time to check those roads. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lanes. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound at Buckeye Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the on-ramp. Loop 101 Pima Freeway eastbound at 19th Avenue. Phoenix again with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 northbound approaching Yorkshire Drive. Buckeye with an incident on the I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Barado Way. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, look for clear skies, and it's going to be right there in the mid-40s for our low temperature. Warming up a degree or so tomorrow to 74 with partly cloudy skies, and by Friday, we could see 77. It's 71 right now in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Thank you for joining the program. Just 30 minutes away from our headline volley today, where we get to sing the praises of the Valley's newest hero. There goes my hero.
Watch him as he goes.
No, don't ruin it. I was doing that really well, and then you screwed it all up. I should have been a singer.
It's better if I just stay quiet?
And in the case of singing, yes. Let's face it, I'm a professional.
So I'm the looks of the show.
That's fair.
And you are the voice.
I would say that's probably true. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, right now, honestly, in whatever you're wearing that people can see on the YouTube channel, you look like a
Abba Zaba bar, I was told by the
turtle.
chat.
You look like a sick turtle.
No,
no.
My guy Chris in the chat said Joe
give
looks
the
like
camera
an Abba Zaba bar.
Give the camera your best turtle, because I like how
My best turtle?
Yeah, I like when it poofs up like this. You look like Dana Carvey in a turtle costume.
I can sit on it a little more and make it better.
Yeah, that's good. Now look at the camera, and then there's oh, that's good. That's really good. Boy, you need to be spending some time on the YouTube channel.
He's too turtly for the Turtle Club.
Doesn't he look like a turtle? Look at it. Doesn't he look like a sick turtle?
He's rolling with it.
That is the best look you've ever given. That is truly second to none. It's amazing.
End scene. I could be an actor. Where's my tights?
So
Let's go.
Good. Oh, that is so good.
Got it, Felisa. We got it right there. There we go. That's the clip for the day.
Joe's hollering to digital. He's like, oh, yeah, get that out there. Yeah. You look good.
Yeah.
You look good. I like that.
Yeah.
Hey, did we figure out if we're cutting taxes in Arizona or not? Because weren't we talking about how we were going to try to update the Arizona tax code to match the big, beautiful bill, but then Governor Hobbs said, well, not all of it, but then the legislators were like, yeah, you have to match all of it. And then they sent her something in the first week of the session, then she vetoed it. Then she came back with her own proposal, and that's gone nowhere.
Yeah, we did not figure out what we're doing, and there's still some confusion in terms of, so if you file your taxes right now, might you have to refile again because it depends on which proposal gets pushed through the legislature.
I love filing taxes, so the
Maybe
idea that we could do it multiple times
twice.
sounds great.
Doesn't that sound like two times as
love
much
that.
fun?
So now you've got some Arizona officials that are advising you to hold off on filing your state taxes until the state figures out how to govern.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastical. I don't feel that way.
You don't? Why is that?
Because, especially if I got money coming back, I'll file again. But I want to make sure that I get my taxes in there because who knows what they're going to do with the state? Who knows what they're going to do? We could have the state could shut down in July if they don't get their act together. I just want to make sure I get my check first.
Well, and that's the experts say you're probably okay to file right now. And if you're ready to go, you got all your documents in order, especially if you're taking the standard deduction, they say you should be good to go.
But they're not raising taxes on anybody, are they? I mean, we don't know that for sure because we're not done.
Don't ask me. I'm not a tax professional.
But here's the deal. Hobbs is calling for certain tax cuts.
About $250 million.
The GOP is calling
for $450 million.
But nobody's saying, yeah, but let's raise taxes somewhere else, are they? Or is Hobbs saying you got to raise it on certain demographics to make up for it?
Well, see,
this is where it gets confusing.
Is this
right?
one of those games where we don't know exactly what they're going to do? What is this chess game going to look like in a few weeks or a month or two? And as they start to do budget math here, could they say, hey, we need to raise taxes because we don't have enough money for the cops. We don't have enough money for the firefighters. We don't have enough money for the roads.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like
I don't think they would do that for
I don't think
this
they're going
year.
to. I don't think they're going to at all.
But I think they could do it for future years.
Here's the way I think about it. If they had to raise, quote unquote, raise taxes in order to pay for those things that you just talked about, that would come in the form of not approving either one of these budget bills.
Okay.
I don't think they would have to raise taxes. I think they would just have to not reduce them by as much. Because Hobbs, like you said, is asking for $250 million, and the GOP closer to $400 million. I think they would just go, we just penciled it out, and it's not looking good. So I guess we're going to have to go with Hobbs' plan, or we're not going to be able to go with either plan. I don't think they're going to raise taxes. So, and they're certainly not going to raise taxes on my income from last year. It's just a question of what deductions I could get. So my point is, file your taxes now, because whatever passes just means that the state's going to owe you more money, which you can always recoup later. I just want to have that money in my pocket. I don't want the state having it any longer. And the sooner it's in my pocket, the sooner I can do whatever I want with it. If that's invest it, if that's spend it, if that's pay other taxes, I don't know.
If you're a good American, you're just going to spend it. You're not saving it.
You're right.
What are you thinking?
You're exactly right.
Send
me that money now so I can immediately take it to IKEA, a good American company.
Yeah, or Temu.
That's right.
Get something that's not even spelled right.
That's right.
Lots of it.
Get me the Temu right now.
Get me a hat. Or 12 or 13 of them.
Joe's making fun of my hats because they're all misspelled. I get them from Temu, but no one's ever figured it out. I always have to point it out, but they're all misspelled. It's hilarious.
That's a good hat. Good American hat.
It is a good American hat.
Yeah.
It's misspelling.
Not American either.
English, not the first language.
No.
So that's what I'm going to do with my tax dollars. I'm immediately going to take the money back, and then I'm going to go buy
reinvest it
in America. Buying American goods like Hyundais and BMWs.
Love it.
That's how we do this.
Good job.
So standard deduction increasings would be let's see. I'm sorry. The federal tax changes include increasing standard deductions by $750 per filer for a single or married couple for $1,125 for heads of household. A $6,000 federal tax deduction for Americans 65 and older. New deductions for tips and overtime pay. $200 increase in the child tax credit.
Yeah, I heard
the
that.
GOP says we just want to mirror that here.
Heard that basically called the senior bonus, I think, was the one that you mentioned there for 65 and up. I think it's like a 3-year exemption for 65 to 68-year-olds.
Yeah. 3-year exemption. That's weird.
Or a 3-year window where you can declare that.
That's weird.
It's really convenient that we just had someone here at work just turn 65 and now.
Wait a minute. Yeah. 3 years. So we have that'd be this year.
Yeah.
Right. Next year, would be 27.
Yeah.
And then the last time I'd be able to claim that would be
28.
28.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's is there anything else going on in the fall of 28?
No. There's a little presidential election.
So you don't think? Oh, really? So do you think that they intentionally made this a 3-year expiration as we come up on election season?
To try to stick the other party?
In order to say, if you don't reelect the Republicans, then you're going to lose your tax deduction?
They wouldn't do that.
No. So surely the tax breaks are not political.
I mean, the Democrats wouldn't play that same game, would they?
Of course not. No, they would never do that.
They're honorable. They only speak the truth.
They only do that. I mean, you got to admit, from the GOP, it's pretty smart.
Yes.
It really is.
Both sides play this game.
It is. But, the GOP played it much better this time around. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they really did. They were like, let's pass a 3-year tax break so you can file for it this year, next year, and then election year. And then if you don't reelect us, then you're going to have to pay more taxes. That's pretty smooth. And then if the GOP doesn't get reelected, then they're going to go, oh, the Democrats raised your taxes. They didn't extend the tax cut, right? Mm-hmm. That's exactly what they're going to do. Which is why the original Trump tax cuts didn't expire until this year, because they said, let's get it through what they assumed would be Trump's second term, which, of course, didn't happen. Then it was like, uh-oh, your taxes are going to go up unless you reelect Trump. And boop, he's back in office. It's pretty smart.
Did I just hear you boop?
Boop. I mean, the Republicans are way better when it comes to the tax cut, playing the tax cut calendar politically.
When it comes to messaging, the GOP has been much more on the ball. I'd say the last decade or two. They know how to play the political game better in general.
Agreed. Yeah, their messaging has been spot on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is way better. Hey, maybe you should file right away. I mean, I'm a fan of it. And then you just worry about straightening out the new laws later. You're being told that refunds this year are going to be massive. Do expectations meet reality? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, Becky Lynn with today's top story after she's done filing her taxes right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:15. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
Outside of Phoenix!
A protest outside the Zips near Central and Osborne today after more than a dozen Zips sports grills were raided by Homeland Security yesterday. Local immigration attorney Julianne Manzanares said she watched as chemical agents were deployed on the crowd. She was told workers who spoke Spanish were treated more roughly than those who spoke English. We'll have more on this story throughout the afternoon. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic with Enrique Garcia now, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound approaching Van Buren Street. Mesa with a crash blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 101, Price Freeway, northbound approaching US 60, Superstition Freeway, westbound transition. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Poplar Freeway, eastbound near 83rd Avenue. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Down in the mid-40s overnight with high tomorrow at 74. Right now it's 72 in Laveen. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp. Depending on what happens at the legislature, you could end up having to do your 2025 state tax return twice. We'll explain why on the next Arizona's Morning News.
Sharp listening to us?
We will undercut tomorrow's show, and we'll tell you about it right now. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, streaming live at the KTAR News YouTube channel, where Harry says that Joe's jacket is the most amazing thing he's ever seen. Yeah. Your last chance to win Greenskeeper passes to the WM Phoenix Open starts with one word. Listen throughout the day, every day, to every KTAR show. And when you hear the word, text that word to 620-620, and you could be headed to the greatest show on grass. Also, shout out to Fountain Hills. Thank you for listening to the program. And to those of you in Fountain Hills who tuned into the YouTube chat and saw Joe's sick turtle jacket, our sincerest apologies. The state doesn't know what is going on with your income taxes. Are you going to have to file twice because they're trying to rewrite the state tax code? So they're like, well, maybe you hold off for now, and then once the legislators and the governor figure out how to manage the state, then you could file your taxes. I say just do it now, get it out of the way. Worst case scenario, you file again so you can get more money back.
Mm-hmm.
I see about 75% of Americans get a refund every year.
Mm-hmm. Average
Pretty
refund
good.
last year?
About $2,400?
I would have been way off on this. $2,900.
Oh, $2,900? What did you think it was?
I would have guessed maybe $1,000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. $2,939, according to IRS data. And Chris, I got good news for you. You are going to have a Temu bonus this year, baby.
I am?
Yeah, they're saying refunds this year could be as much as 30% bigger due to new provisions from President Trump and his mega tax and spending bill.
So if already the average refund is $3,000, Joe, what would the average refund be if it were 30% more?
Roughly $4,000.
What?
That is at least.
It's a lot of Temu hats.
I was going to say 10 or 12,000 Temu hats.
I'm going to Temu spree.
I mean, you are going to have a whole house full of Temu hats.
You know, the interesting thing, too, we keep talking about the tax structure, the tax system, the tax cuts, and how much money you're going to be getting back. The fact is that most refunds, higher refunds, are usually because you withheld too much money, not because the tax code has changed.
And
which I always think is safer to do too when you're filling out your W-4 forms at work. Right? You fill out your W-4s and it says, what do you want your tax withholding to be? And I'm always like, withhold whatever you want because I just want to make sure I don't owe the government at the end of the year.
Okay.
Yeah. And in fact, I also say, and also take another $20 a paycheck out of there too. I always do that.
You can specify an amount?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I always say, take another $20 because
You're just a giver.
I know some people will say that's a terrible idea because you could take that $20 and you could put it in a S&P 500 ETF and you could be making money. I don't want to owe the government. And if it costs me another $240 a year and I'm close and I don't owe the government, that makes me very happy. I don't want to owe the government.
I got more trivia for you.
Go on.
What percentage of people, you love a good percentage question, what percentage of people do you think get their tax refund direct deposited?
Boy, that is...
I will tell you, the IRS wants to push the number higher.
Okay.
They're phasing out the paper checks.
So I'm going to say 65%.
9 and 10.
9 and 10 is not a percent, Joe.
Well, that'd be 90%, Chris. It is a percent. It's 90%. No, it is a percent. You can't fight me on that. It's 9 and 10, 90%. Yeah, they say it's the fastest, safest way for the government to receive government payments, the direct deposit. Yeah, they started phasing out the paper checks. Like, who still gets the paper check from the government?
With 10% of people, evidently.
Apparently. But do you know anyone who's like, yeah, probably got my tax refund?
Probably older people.
I would presume.
The older generations.
Or
maybe also some people who don't trust the government with their bank account number. So you've got the distrustful, the same people who aren't getting their measles shots are the same people that don't trust the government's direct deposit.
They say paper checks over 16 times more likely to be lost, stolen, altered, or delayed. I believe I
don't want the government having my bank account number.
I think I was the last or amongst the last. Pablo, do you remember this? KTAR employee to still get a check cut when I worked here as opposed to going to direct deposit.
Why would you do that?
So was I. I was one of the last ones, too.
Yeah, Pablo and I are very late adopters.
For you, it's distrust of the white man. I get that.
No, whatever.
But with Joe, it's change. He's like, I always get my check on Fridays and then take it to the bank.
You know what it was? I like to see the money. I'd like to just be able to hold it and be like, man.
Not me.
I earned this.
It was the only way we could do it.
Exactly.
How did you know I did that every Friday?
This guy.
Every Friday we got.
I liked having the stacks of cash so I could make it rain.
On myself. How did I know what?
But why did you do it, Pablo?
That's just the way I was raised. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably one of the last generations that my father taught me how to balance my checkbook and had my $20 and started my savings account when you're like 11 years old or something.
Yes. Yeah. Did your parents ever borrow money from you?
No.
Mine did.
I mean, now, but
no, but my parents used to borrow money from me when I was a little kid.
What I said,
is that weird?
Chris, how did you know?
My parents borrowed money from me at one point in time.
But when you were little?
No.
Cash? Of course, all you had, yeah.
So, What happened is that my mother, because my parents had they started my bank account, so their names were on it. And then, like, bills come to the end of the month.
Well, sorry, Chris.
But the paycheck wasn't lining up quite right, you know? And my parents are like, well, you know what? We'll just borrow some money from Chris's account here, and then...
Guess you're going to have to go sell more newspapers.
And then after payday, we'll put it... No, I was like 8. And I had like $600 in there. I put all my birthday money, all my Christmas money, and, you know...
What was going through your head when your parents took a couple of hundo?
I didn't know about it. My parents were just... It's not like I had access to it. We didn't have the internet.
Your $600 as their slush fund.
Let's call it emergency fund.
Uh-huh.
Let's call it the rainy day fund. Yeah. And then they would... and I just remember my mother saying one time, she says... I just want to let you know, I don't know, I must have been 12 or something. And she's like, I want to let you know we're going to borrow some money from you. And I went, okay.
Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, what am I going to do?
Did they do this to your brother, too?
I don't know, depending on how many bills were due that month. I have no idea.
See, if I was a little kid, that would just encourage me to spend it.
I didn't know it was in there because it's in a check. There's in a savings account.
Yeah.
And you're a little kid. You don't know how to walk into the bank and get money out of your account.
But if your parents say that to you, like you said, the reaction is like, okay. Like,
yeah, what am I going to do?
You don't know. Or it's like, well, gosh, I should spend that so mom and dad don't take it from me.
No, mom and dad, why don't you sleep on the street this month?
Yeah.
Yeah. What a good idea.
You should say, mom and dad, you need to be more fiscally sound.
Yeah, what did I say? But you know what? You need to find out. That's what happens, Mom. You screwed around, and now it's time to find out, Mom.
Way to go.
Actions have consequences.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not loaning you my birthday money, Mom.
Nope.
Yeah. Actually, when you think about it, it's kind of smart on their part. They'd because it was like, hey, let's make sure the kids have a little bit of money. We'll start saving this up for, college fund or whatever. But then if, we get into a tight spot. And you have to understand, too, my parents are incredibly frugal. So it was not a situation where they're like, well, we sure would like to have a new VCR. Let's just tap into Chris's college fund. That was never the case.
That Betamax out with that.
No.
In with the VHS. Woo!
My parents ran their own business, too. God.
Hey,
Small business owners, I am telling you, that is tough.
I see it, though. Tree Apple with you. No. I try to get you a nice cologne. You're like, no, give me your car.
Yeah, give me that car.
Try to get some Nike.
That is the good
some
stuff.
Jordans. You're like, no.
Give me some Jakey Nordens from Temu.
Okay.
What's the other one? Temu. That's the one you
Temu.
ordered. That's your
That's
go-to.
what I like.
You get everything. Shirts.
I'm cheap.
You don't have to be rich.
You see my bank account. My parents been tapping it. There's nothing left. When preparation, instinct, and opportunity meet, you become a hero. You might not even realize that you are saving lives, but your actions are nothing short of Herculean. Mesa has a new hero in their midst, and when you learn about what he did, you're going to think of this youngster as Mesa's new Batman, a knight watching over his fellow man. The amazing story is part of our headline volley next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
At Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix, you ask, they answer. Hi, I'm Jamie West, inviting you to Beatitudes New Year Be Informed luncheon with John Spooner from Greystone Communities. His informative presentation will cover entrance fees, monthly costs, long-term value, and you can check out the beautiful Beatitudes campus on Thursday, January January 29th at 11:30. Save your spot by texting RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
I live in this house the next 25 years. I don't plan to paint again.
It's a new year, Phoenix, and if you're tired of painting year after year, do what your neighbor Will did. He called Rhino Shield.
We have a one-story house built in the mid-'80s, but it was ugly. We looked at different options, and we got quotes from standard paint companies, but I saw ads for Rhino Shield, so I thought, well, I want to check into this at least.
And Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix.
Other paint companies did measurements and gave me a quote. With Rhino Shield, they came out, they did measurements, but they sat down with me, explained the product. The Rhino Shield product is so much different from paint.
Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year transferable warranty, and right now you can have Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And now that we've had the process done, I absolutely love it. Just looks fantastic.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Back in 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, Ford has kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. Paul Calvise here. Take the 2025 Ford F-150 truck. Available features like Pro Power on board and interior work surface. Every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart technology. And right now in a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back. 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. Or looking for something smaller in size? How about the Ford Bronco Sport or the Ford Maverick truck? Affordability never looks so good. But hurry, it all ends January 31st at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KTAR News now.
It is 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. One person reported to be in critical condition following a shooting involving U.S. Border Patrol in southern Arizona today. And we're told this happened in Pima County along Aravaca Road, a common path for drug smuggling. The person who was shot was flown to a hospital for treatment, and we don't have any details right now on what led up to the gunfire, although the FBI says it's investigating an alleged assault on a federal officer.
Outside of Phoenix!
Community members demand an end to ICE raids in the valley after Homeland Security served search warrants at more than a dozen Zip sports grills yesterday. Local immigration attorney Julianne Manzanares was at the location near Central and Osborne and accused federal agents of terrorizing the community.
Those who spoke English were treated more respectfully, while those who did not speak English or had an accent describe being treated more roughly.
Arizona Congressman Yasmin Ansari was at that protest today and called for the impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. President Trump made a stop at an Urbandale, Iowa restaurant today ahead of his appearance in nearby Clive. Despite deflecting repeated questions from ABC's senior political correspondent Rachel Scott, Mr. Trump finally responded and had this to say about his administration's description of Alex Preddy, the man shot and killed by federal agents in Minnesota at a protest this weekend as an assassin.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But hey, look, bottom line, everybody in this room
We view that as a very unfortunate incident, okay? Everyone, unless you're a stupid person, very, very unfortunate incident. I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
Time to take a look at traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with debris blocking the HOV lane, US 60 Superstition Freeway, westbound near Ellsworth Road. Phoenix debris on the left-hand shoulder. On-ramp from Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound at Priest Drive. Phoenix again with a crash blocking the right-hand lanes, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, westbound near Buckeye Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, look for clear skies, a low right around 45 degrees. Then tomorrow, we're still warming up. 74 should be our high with partly cloudy skies and continuing to warm, 77 in the forecast by Friday. Right now, it's 72 degrees in Laveen. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley.
Let's start in Mesa, Joe. A Mesa family's nightmare blaze that left 6 seriously injured and dozens displaced has become the latest rallying point for community safety advocates in the Phoenix Metro. A heroic 6-year-old who alerted her family to the fire is now being credited with saving lives, even as neighbors reel from the trauma.
I see your question. I just looked at it.
Joe, what is the most heroic thing you've ever done?
Well, Chris.
Considering yesterday we learned what a daredevil you are.
Yeah. I mean, I tried to come up with 4 or 5 things that I did that were the most daredevilish. I told you I concussed myself sledding.
You went sledding, and the other thing you did that was very daredevilish is you were hitting a tennis ball with an aluminum baseball bat. The kind of rebellious stuff that people listen to this program.
Okay, so here's my best shot, all right? And I don't know if you're going to say this is good or bad, but you honestly, I don't think you can criticize it.
Okay.
But I don't know if it was heroic. So
This is one of those. This is another one where Joe doesn't answer the question.
No, I'm going to answer it right now. So I have Crohn's disease.
Right.
It stinks.
Yeah.
But when I got it, I told myself, I was 12 when I got it, but I said, I am not going to let this be a curse. This is going to be one of the best days of my life. I'm going to use this to make me a better person. You know you're up to something over there. I see you. But I was probably just a year or 2 out of college, and I just remember like I was just having a day. And I went online, and I went onto then Twitter, now X, and I remember I searched Crohn's disease, and I found this guy who lived in Kansas, and he was younger than me, and he was really going through it. And I reached out to him. And I just let him know, like, hey, man, this is not going to be a death sentence for you. I'm here for you.
Just a stranger?
Total stranger.
Wow.
His name's Austin. I still talk to him.
Really?
Yeah, so he's probably got to be early 30s, late 20s now. I was just talking to him a little bit the other day. We have totally different political views. We've never met, nothing like that. But, we can still connect and we can still...
You have that shared experience.
We do. And I'm not saying I'm a big brother to the guy or anything. But I just...
Then why'd you bring it up? I'm not saying I'm a big brother to the guy.
No, I brought it up, Chris, because I wanted him to know that the illness that he has is not a death sentence.
No, that's good.
So I would say that is probably the most heroic thing I did. But
Pablo, are we going to accept that as being heroism?
That's the best I got.
Survey says? Yeah, we're going to give it to you. Very
nice.
good. Yeah!
Oh, thank you. Well, but I was very nervous that as I was telling that story, you're going to be like, so this is all about how awesome you are, Joe.
No. Until you went the whole, I'm not saying I'm a big brother here.
I'm not, because I don't want credit for it. I don't. I just did it to help him. It wasn't about me.
You know what I like about that? It's inspirational.
Oh, okay.
And I have been on the other end of that, on the person going through it. And
don't worry, I would not be there for you.
I know you wouldn't.
Yeah.
The person who was there for me later died of his ailments.
Oh gosh,
Yeah.
What did that do to your head?
Well, so he had cancer, and mine was a nasty infection that had similar.
But you've
symptoms.
never had cancer.
I've not had cancer.
Yeah.
So anyway, he ended up succumbing to that. But I will never forget the guy and the fact that he took time to help me. So. To me, that was a heroic thing that he did, so I absolutely think that what you did was heroic.
Oh, so because you went through it, you recognize...
I'm trying to give you a compliment, you schmuck. Just shut up and take it.
Since I went through it, I guess it's good enough. Joe did okay.
I'm not saying I was being magnanimous.
Yeah.
Because I'm really not being magnanimous.
Yeah.
Pablo, what's the most heroic thing you ever did?
Nothing. You guys, nothing. I saved a bee in the pool last week. It was drowning.
You saved the bees?
Yeah.
That's basically saving all of humanity.
There was also a little cactus wrench stuck in the pool filter.
Yeah?
Pulled that guy out, saved him.
I did save a bird last year, too.
Don't tell
But
the
that's
birds
not humanity, right? That's
heroic. We're talking about heroic.
Nah.
I think it's heroic if you save an animal.
It's not in me.
Especially if you put yourself at risk. For Joe, it meant stepping out and approaching a stranger and revealing something very personal in order to help a stranger. I think that's the definition of heroism.
Sure is.
Yeah. Okay, to you.
Okay. Chris, the fine people at Deluxe Holiday Homes spoke with over 1,000 people who worked at hotels in various jobs. They put together a list of the most thieved items. To no surprise, towels were the most stolen item. 90% of the employees surveyed said that they'd seen towels walk off. Other common items, bathrobes, followed by hangers, toiletries, and blankets. Then pillows, pens, and remote controls. Chris, when you stay in a hotel, what, if anything, have you taken with you from the room?
I have taken a towel, not intentionally. But I've got my dirty laundry.
Mm-hmm.
You throw it in the corner, you throw it in your suitcase or whatever. Then I got home and I was like, oh, man, I snagged a towel.
Does the remote even work I don't get the remote?
Well, the one I don't get is the toiletries. Like, aren't those provided?
Apparently.
I always take the little sample things.
Apparently, some, I guess,
What are they going to do? Leave it for the next person?
Well, if you haven't used it, though.
I know, but are you telling me that if I walk in and I've got like a little dispenser of conditioner, that there's a chance that was there for the last person? They just think the last person didn't use it?
I think even if you don't open it, I think they still toss it.
I think so, too.
There's no way
There's
they
gotta
could
be a
not.
seal on it, isn't there?
No, not the little ones.
Not the little ones.
But you know what? So many of them now are going to
the pump.
And those are
like
sealed.
Locked to the
and you cannot open the top of it either. And they say if you take that, if it's missing, they'll charge your room like $50.
Really?
Yeah.
So question, Becky Lynn.
Like, it's not even good shampoo. It's just like cheap. They're like,
doesn't matter.
Hotel Elite brand.
I'm thinking about trying something the next time I go on vacation. My buddy and I, when we run our yearly garage sale, we always need hangers. And I always see like 5 or 6 in the hotel.
No, you can't. That's theft.
No, I can take them.
No, there was no one watching them.
Not necessarily legally, but if I take them, what do you think? What do you think the odds are I get away with it? Some people encourage me to think like a criminal. I want to ask you, Becky Lynn, do you think I'll get busted?
No, because most of the hangers that I see in hotels have that ring on the rod that you cannot remove, and it's got the little pole, and you have to hook it in the slot. So you're only going to get half of a hanger.
It's because Joe is taking them, and it might not be legal. What is something that's not legal that you do, Joe? What would that be called?
That'd be called theft.
Wow.
But no, I've been encouraged to think like a criminal.
Think like a criminal.
Yeah.
Don't be a criminal.
They didn't get to that step with me.
Yeah, that's the step. Don't commit crimes.
Come on, Joe.
But the hangers.
You're so morally flexible. No one was watching the hangers, so it was okay for me to take them.
I've never taken them, but the hangers, they're just sitting there for the taking.
Yeah, no, they're not.
They're not.
Would you take the ironing board?
Would
you just walk out with the
I have
ironing
one.
board?
I have no use for the ironing board.
So you have hangers, too.
Yeah, you do.
Not enough.
Maybe you don't have enough ironing boards.
I do have enough ironing boards.
Just take that whole safe they put in there.
I don't have a mini fridge.
Now you're onto something.
The mini fridge. Perfect.
Yeah, what kind of bougie hotel are you staying at with a mini fridge?
You could sell that one at the garage.
Now, if I just walked out with the whole mini bar,
that's right.
That'd really be man. I gotta keep it on the scale, or else I'm gonna get charged for all this stuff.
So you're willing to do a crime and do time for
hangers?
For hangers,
I don't think I'm gonna do time.
Dude, you
if
get 50 hangers for like $8 at Walmart.
Yeah, why don't you go spend $8?
But if I lift 5 for free, That's $5.
That's how. No, that's.
How much do you think they would charge me? Because there would not.
Way more than it would cost to go to Walmart and get some hangers.
There would be no crime. They would just say, like, we believe you
no.
took some hangers. We're going to charge you $70.
They would charge you, and that'd be that because you'll be long gone. You've got the hangers, $70 worth of useless hangers, so you enjoy those.
You know, as Chris says, if you around, you find out. So I might have to around.
50 hangers with the velvet is $20 on Amazon. First thing that just came up.
$20.
Here's a pack of 30 for $17.
How much is 5 free ones from the, the blah, blah, blah?
I don't know. What do you think? Like 3 to 6 months?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be amazing if he got thrown in the clink?
A nice room at
that's right.
Las Vegas. What is it? What county are they?
Clark County.
Clark County Detention Center there?
Can you imagine him walking in and they throw him in a detention tank, right? And he's there and he's got a guy with like big neck tattoos, like 666, and he's like. He's like, hey, guys.
I think it'd be way better.
What are you in for? The guy's like, they'll never find the body. What did you do? And he's like, I got 5 hangers.
I think it'd be way better if on Monday I log on and I'm doing the show in a jumpsuit and orange. You're like, where is Joe today?
You're like, this is my new boyfriend, Butch.
That's a weird suit he's wearing.
But it's wrinkle-free.
That was really good. That was really good. All right, maybe you fear heights. Maybe it's public speaking that scares you. Perhaps you pass out when you see a needle. But for half the dudes out there, they'd rather talk to a crowd of people from the top of a skyscraper while getting a tetanus shot than do this one very simple, very common, very necessary thing. What's paralyzing the manliest of men is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from KTAR News. This show's keyword is
Scotty. Scotty.
Text the word
Scotty
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Data rates may apply.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No. We'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
It's Gatos. And guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free when you mention Gatos. That's a $299 value. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort at the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat, get you solid and ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Just how private are the messages sent on WhatsApp? That's the question at the center of a new lawsuit brought by an international group of defendants.
WhatsApp's claim of end-to-end encryption is false and leading to fundamental privacy violations and fraud against billions of people, according to a new lawsuit from an international group of plaintiffs. In response, WhatsApp head Will Cathcart says the keys to unlock encrypted messages are stored on an individual's phone, and the company doesn't have access to them, adding that WhatsApp has been end-to-end encrypted using the Signal protocol for a decade. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Cathcart also says WhatsApp will pursue sanctions against plaintiffs' counsel. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia with a look live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Glendale with a crash on the on-ramp I-17 southbound near the Loop 303 southbound transition. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound approaching Southern Avenue. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound at Van Buren Street. Mesa with a crash blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound near the US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound transition. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
This is Jim Sharp, and a huge undertaking happens every year in January. The Point in Time Count, an attempt to determine how many homeless people live in Maricopa County. We'll tell you how that count went on the next Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, streaming live in the KTAR News YouTube channel, where the boys of Outspoken are set to take over. You'll be able to see their smiling faces, smiling-ish faces, starting at 4 o'clock. Joining us in the studio right now is star of that program, Gatos.
What's up, guys?
Hey, man. I was reading about these dudes today. You know the dudes today.
No.
Researchers have determined that perceptions of being labeled as creepy significantly impacted American men's willingness to interact with women. 44% of men said that their fear reduces their likelihood of initiating contact. In other words, they won't talk to women because they're afraid that women are going to think that they're creepy. How did you break the ice with Mrs. Gatos?
You mean when I first met her?
Yeah. How'd you talk to her?
I mean, it was like just a random kind of meeting.
Yeah?
Yeah, and so I didn't really have to break the ice. I was basically waiting, not to get into the whole story, but waiting for her to show up. There was a reason for it.
Wasn't it like a station event even before that?
Yeah.
Wait, did you marry a listener?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
Her son was a listener.
Oh, okay.
and now he's my son.
Oh.
And so he wanted to meet me, and that's how I met her.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
I married a listener. That was a mistake.
Oh.
And my kids don't listen.
Interesting.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. But you're talking about being creepy?
Yeah. They're just afraid of being labeled as creepy.
Like if I have a big thing like in the office, if there's someone who works here and they're female, I don't close my door.
Yeah.
If you want to meet with me, it'll be out kind of because I don't want the perception. I want to be above board and.
Yeah, you don't want anybody thinking that, oh, why'd they close the door?
Just avoid the hassle.
Yeah. No, and to make them feel comfortable, too. Because, you also have to remember your age. If you're working with people who are younger, you have a lot of people who are young here. Like, when I say young, in their 20s and 30s, you can't act like they're your buddies and will take something, I was just joking. You could be very careful.
Didn't the former vice president kind of have a rule?
I thought Pence had a great rule.
No,
don't be alone with a woman. Everybody says, "Oh, because you think you're going to cheat." No, I'm just taking it off the table.
Well, I think he's taking the perception off the table. I don't think he's
both.
You think he doesn't want to be tempted?
I think everybody gets tempted, but if you're not in a situation like that, you're not going to get tempted.
All right, that's fair enough.
People are human.
Yeah, I just thought when he said it, I thought he phrased it poorly at the time, but I thought the point was well taken.
Point was pretty good. Yeah, and some people think he goes way overboard. I don't.
I think you made the best point of all was that you don't want her to feel uncomfortable.
No,
right? You don't want the situation where all of a sudden she feels like she's cornered if you're having a conversation.
If you're an older man and you're talking to a younger female, you better watch your mouth.
Yeah. I agree.
Because that's your fault. If you let something slip, or you're even a little flirtatious, or you don't realize that you just were, or you said something, you're a creep.
Absolutely.
Better shut your mouth.
Which is why so many guys are afraid to even approach women in social situations.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I think that's different if they're their age.
But I also think maybe they're looking for an excuse because they're chickens.
We're all chickens.
We're all chickens. Totally. I don't want to talk to a woman. And then, unless, you know who's not? That guy right there.
Pablo?
Pablo has got more riz than anybody I've ever seen in my life. It's incredible.
I've seen it in action, and it's unbelievable.
It is. He's never met a stranger. He's never met a woman that wasn't interested in him. Seriously,
I would agree.
Amazing.
Too. Yeah,
I have seen him at times fake shyness.
Oh,
and he uses it to his advantage.
Okay.
Like
just playing coy a little bit.
Like he acts like he can't string his words together. Like he's just so mystified by their beauty, and
it works.
He turns on his charm.
Pretty good.
Wow.
Gatos, what do you guys have going on today?
We got a new video of ICE acting poorly in Phoenix, and we're going to talk about it at 4.
We had rumor today that there was going to be another raid after the whole Zips thing, and as far as I know, it never happened. So the rumor was being spread around on social media, and that's something I'm a little bit concerned with, is that now anybody, kind of like, remember swatting, right? Where people would be like, they'd say, hey, there's a gun at this house, and the SWAT team shows up. This is almost like the inverse of that. Like, hey, don't go to my competitor because I hear ICE is going to raid them today.
Yeah.
Which, one, hurts their business. Two, hurts their brand because now people think there's a bunch of, people there without documents that are running around and that they're being targeted by the feds. Like, I mean, be responsible when you retweet crap.
Hey, if these guys want to act like they did in Minneapolis, we're going to watch it, we're going to film it, and we're not going to let it go to what's happened in Minneapolis.
No, I think that's smart, but also I think that be very careful about false news report of,
I agree.
Of all of a sudden these
and
things.
And by the way, if they went to Zips and they went to 14 different Zips, there may have been a perfectly good reason for them to do it.
Yeah, how come they're not telling us what that reason is?
I haven't found a reason that they did it inappropriately yet.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, and when I say yet, it's because I've seen what happened in Minneapolis, and I don't trust these guys.
Well, I'll be really curious to see when they come out with some sort of a reason to say, look, this is what the operation was.
Could be all above board.
Absolutely.
Right.
But if then that's the case, boy, I think we have to take a look, too, at enforcement of these companies that are hiring people, if that was the case.
Correct.
In any situation, maybe Zips is an example, maybe not, but I think we got to take a good hard look at what's drawing people here and what's keeping them employed, and we got to crack down on that.
That's a good point.
Outspoken. Bruce St. James and Gato starting up at 4 o'clock. Joe Huizenga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on most beds with base. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store today.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
The winter holiday break is here. As you're rolling over the river and through the pines or doing this, on your way out of the valley, we've got new episodes of Amazing Arizonans for you to check out. Mike Broomhead's convos with Ramblin' Ralph, Amy Van Dyken, Fife Symington, Deputy Frank, and more are on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News on 92.3 FM. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Outside of Phoenix! Outside of Phoenix!
Community members gathered at Zip Sports Grill near Central and Osborne demanding an end to ICE raids today. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain what happened.
This comes after Homeland Security investigations served search warrants at 15 zips around the valley yesterday. Local immigration attorney Juliana Menzares went to the zips near downtown and says more law enforcement showed up just when federal agents were leaving and deployed a chemical agent.
As officers were leaving with a clear path, all ready to leave, chemical agents were deployed near the crowd and people began coughing. I began coughing.
Manzanares was told workers who spoke Spanish were treated more roughly than those who spoke English. Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari was at the protest today and called for the impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
A shooting involving the U.S. Border Patrol in southern Arizona has sent one person to a hospital with critical injuries. Now, this happened this morning in Pima County along Aravaca Road, an area that commonly sees drug smuggling. The Pima County Sheriff's Department says it's assisting with the investigation, which also includes the FBI, and they describe what happened as an alleged assault on a federal officer. Some big changes coming to Big Brown. Another round of layoffs at United Parcel Service.
UPS beat analysts' expectations in the fourth quarter of 2025, helped along by a brisk holiday shipping period. But the company is facing stiff competition from its biggest client, Amazon, which is building its own delivery infrastructure. So UPS plans to cut 30,000 positions from its payroll, mainly through attrition. And after November's crash of one of its MD-11 cargo jets in Louisville, UPS is speeding up the retirement of that type of aircraft from its fleet. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
A substitute teacher is facing a felony charge after Buckeye police say she punched a student during a class yesterday. We're told this happened at the Odyssey Prep Academy, where 54-year-old Sarah Short became involved in an argument with a student during a fifth grade class that she was leading. The 10-year-old was not seriously hurt. Short was arrested by officers at her home in Goodyear. She's been booked on a charge of aggravated assault on a minor. In a final ruling, a federal judge says the U.S. Department of Transportation illegally withheld funds for EV charging infrastructure.
Arizona, one of a number of states that brought the lawsuit against the Trump administration, challenging its withholding of nearly $1 billion in funding to build charging stations for electric vehicles across the U.S. AG Chris Mays praised the ruling, saying the money was owed to Arizonans. She recovered $15 million for charging stations to be added in Phoenix and other communities across the state. Congress approved $5 billion in 2021 to build electric vehicle infrastructure and improve charging reliability throughout the U.S. John Roller, KTAR News.
It's back for the fourth year. ADOT's Name a Snowplow contest.
ADOT is looking to name 4 snowplows and is asking Arizonans to brainstorm ideas. Every submission will be reviewed by ADOT, and they will choose 12 to 15 finalists. Voting will open to the public, and the 4 names that get the most votes will be placed with a decal on a snowplow. Some of last year's winners were Control Salt Delete and Scoop Dog. To make a submission, head to az.gov/nameaplow by February 2nd. There is no limit to the amount of submissions you can make. Elizabeth Klein, KTAR News.
Time to check traffic. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Sun City, we have a disabled vehicle blocking the left-hand lane. US 60 Grand Avenue westbound, approaching 101 First Avenue. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 northbound near Peoria Avenue. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 northbound, approaching Northern Avenue. And lastly, Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound, approaching Southern Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies. Our low temp right around 45 degrees. Tomorrow, maybe a degree warmer than today. 74 is what we're expecting with partly cloudy skies. And by Friday, we can see 77. Currently, though, in Surprise, it's 68 degrees. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 1.
Oh, a lot of people are going to tell you hour number 1 the best of the hour.
Well, let's get right into it. We've got a lot of different stuff kind of circulating. ICE is in Arizona. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about it. They were everywhere yesterday. Now, I'm not saying that this is, on par of Minneapolis. There were 3,000 agents there. But, there were a lot of ICE agents out on the streets yesterday. And like you and I started to see word around maybe 5.
Yeah. We're literally in the middle of the show. First, it was some social media posts, and then the news got a hold of the fact that there were, what do you want to call them, raids of some sort happening specifically at a chain of sports bars, Zips.
Right. And it's interesting. You and I have been to the one on, 16th and Bethany to watch some football on Monday night.
On Monday night, absolutely.
I drove by it today, drove into the parking lot. Just wanted to make sure what I thought it was going to be. And it is closed.
Completely, okay.
It is completely closed. There's nobody there. So, obviously, these businesses, about 14 or 15 Zips.
Locations all over the valley.
All over the valley. I mean, I've been there before. I like it. You and I have been there before. So there's a new video.
Oh.
And I got to tell you.
There's always a video.
There's always a video, and we're always watching a video. But this video, it seems, happened after some of the things that went down at a particular part of town where ICE was and a Zips sports bar was.
As far as I can tell, I want to say this is the Park Central Mall location. So center of town, right off Central. And there is a Zips there. And for whatever reason,
right,
that one seemed to draw more people. Maybe there's just more people in the area. I don't know. But there were more protesters there while they were conducting whatever they were doing at this location.
So I saw it earlier today, and I sent it to you.
Yeah.
So this is in Phoenix. I mean, we can play the audio. It's very tough to figure out, like, what's happening in the audio. We can do that. But why don't we talk about it for a moment and then play some of the audio?
So at one point, all of the ICE guys pack up and to go.
Yeah. Because, as far as I know, the raid on all the Zips, it doesn't seem to be anything like what was happening in Minneapolis where they're barging in, or apparently they had warrants. We'll get the final word on that. It wasn't like they were looking for somebody in the kitchen who was here illegally, right? I'm not sure.
I think there's a question to that.
Okay,
yeah.
Question mark. Okay, but that maybe there was some kind of scandal or some kind of inappropriate business dealings that they had,
like the bookkeeping end of it.
Yeah. Like we've seen ICE just roll in and throw people around.
Yeah,
that's not what we saw here.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a minute.
All right,
but at one point they pack up to leave.
All right,
now maybe they left because the crowd showed up. I don't know if that was part of them wanting to leave. It did not appear that they arrested anybody or took anybody out in handcuffs. At least that was not visible anywhere in the vehicles that were leaving. But as they are leaving and they're turning out of the parking lot there and getting on to, I'm going to guess they're getting on to Central.
Okay.
Is what it looked like to me. And again, I'm trying to orient myself to that area.
Yeah.
They're turning on to Central. One of the trucks carrying ICE agents, unmarked vehicle, the guy has the window down, passenger side, reaches out with chemical spray, mace, pepper spray, whatever, and just starts pepper spraying the crowd standing on the sidewalk as they're driving away.
Were they on the street?
They were not in the street.
No,
they were on the
not.
sidewalk.
No, they were not on the street.
They were lawfully exercising their
right.
First Amendment rights on a public sidewalk.
Right.
Yes.
It was a drive-by mace.
Yeah.
They did a drive-by in Arizona, spraying a woman in the face with mace. So let's be really clear. Not good guys, not the best of the best, untrained. It's everything that we've said. Who knows if these are the same, agents that are coming from Minneapolis? We don't know.
Oh.
But there is no reason whatsoever, unless you are the world's biggest rear end, as you drive by just to get...
Mostly women standing on the street.
Just to get a kick out of chemically spraying someone.
Yeah.
You're
driving away.
You're just a loser in life. You're just a no good, rotten human being. Now, again, if you're being attacked, I want you to spray. I don't want people to get hurt. But when you're in the car and you're locked in, and you take your grubby little hand and you put it outside of the window just to mace someone who didn't screw with you, who didn't say anything
Who's standing on a sidewalk.
Right. And
recording you.
Of course it's a woman, by the way, because this new version of ICE loves to throw around women. They love to tear women out of cars. They love to push them down. Right? We know that for a fact. Watch the videos. And this guy decides, I'm going to mace someone in a drive-by.
As we're driving down the road.
Underneath scum.
Is that part of their policy? To do mobile macing or pepper spraying as you're driving along?
For no reason.
And indiscriminately pepper spraying people standing on a sidewalk?
For no reason.
Yeah,
I've seen it in Minneapolis at times where these thugs who are not law enforcement, this version of ICE is not law enforcement. You know how I know? Ask law enforcement. They know they're not law enforcement. I've seen the ICE thugs in Minneapolis when they get a guy, usually it's women. They get a woman down on the ground, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And while they're pinning them, someone will walk over and spray them in the face. There are a ton of videos out there if you don't believe me. Go do your homework. You're an American. This is happening in your country, and you should be seeing it. And if you're not, you need to do your due diligence and go and find these videos because they're not hard to find.
No,
so they
they're
like
everywhere.
to spray people for no reason. Hey, don't get me wrong, Bruce. Sometimes you got to spray it. I get it. Sometimes you've got to do it.
Okay.
And I'm fine with that. If you have to do that, that's why you have the mace. It's to protect yourself. But to do it for no reason other than you get a kick out of it, it turns you on.
They were calling you mean names.
It's not even that. This guy in the car.
And filming.
This guy in the car wasn't even talking to somebody. Just took his mace, went outside of his window, and just sprayed people.
Right, as they're driving.
You are the most gutless thugs I have seen in my entire life. It is so weak.
And you guys may have some immunity now. I don't know. You may have that. But laws can be changed, and pardons can be overturned, and there'll be a reckoning. There's going to be a reckoning. You're not getting away with this. Hey, guess what? The Nazis thought they were going to get away with it too. You know what Hitler told them? Don't worry. Do whatever I tell you. You'll be fine. I'm just following orders. Didn't work at Nuremberg. It's not going to work now.
It's like the new version of ICE. They hired a certain type of person. They hired an angry individual. By the way, did they do background checks on them? No, they did not. And that comes from ICE. They didn't do the background checks. They get their bonus. Remember, they get another bonus if they drag someone out of the car. It doesn't matter if you're here illegally or illegally. You get another bonus for that. But they have hired, remember when Trump said we're going after the worst of the worst? And you and I sat here and said, good. That sounds great.
Yeah.
Boy.
Get them.
Did you ever think the worst of the worst would be the guys in uniform?
Well, I thought they'd run out of them pretty quick.
Go. Can you put this on your Twitter and I'll put it on my Twitter? We should put this incident.
Yeah, I have it up on my.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's ridiculous that happened, and it just proves they're here to agitate. See, they always say that the people who are protesters are the agitators.
Yeah, they were leaving.
Yeah.
These people were not in the street.
No.
They were not blocking them. They were not impeding them.
I'm sure they weren't saying very nice things.
Oh,
I think we can acknowledge
that. You can't imagine what I would say to them.
I get that.
Nothing I can.
I understand.
Listen, the only thing I wouldn't call him is a white male. I have nothing but choice language for these thugs.
But to spray a woman in the face with mace while you're in the car and she's not on the street, she is on the sidewalk, as clear as can be.
Yeah.
And if you see this and you can't stand up for this, you need to check your patriotism. I'm going to use that a lot. I'm going to start using that a lot.
Some of you need to peel the American flag off your truck because you don't actually believe in America. You don't actually believe in the Constitution. You don't actually believe in the First Amendment. Apparently, you don't have it from the Second Amendment now. You're all okay with, I guess, you can't bring a gun lawfully now. There's new restrictions, apparently, on where you're allowed to bring a gun. Yeah. So
to put a bow on this, I'm not saying that ICE went to these 14 or 15 different zips for no reason. I don't know that.
They're going to have a press conference, apparently, and we may learn some more.
It seems to me like there was some investigation, and, this wasn't just a raid on, hey, let's break down this door like we do in Minneapolis and drag out the guy who's in his underwear. I mean, that's not what this sounded like. It seems like they had a reason for some of these raids. It seems, okay? But it's all in how you handle yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to be that guy who, rolls the window down and maces innocent people, especially the one woman who got it right directly in the face, you're garbage.
Yeah.
You're just garbage.
Well, I'm reminding you who these people are.
You're just garbage.
They're too big cowards to join the military, and they're too fat and stupid to be cops. So that's who they are. And I'd say it to their face. And by the way, I do legally carry my gun also. So you guys can, what?
But it's not that it hits different, because I think most of us are horrified over
I would hope so.
ICE has done. I mean, really. with the tactics.
Murdering Americans in the street.
Right.
How about that?
But this is now, you've hit an Arizonan.
The Gestapo.
You've hit an Arizonan in a way that wasn't necessary. And it just shows me, got to be careful, everybody.
Yeah.
You got to be careful, because even if you think...
Well, they're not playing by the rules, and at some point, good citizens and patriots are going to stop playing by the rules also. And does the term Custer mean anything to these people? There's more of us than there are of them.
Even if you are there and you are protesting or you are observing or you are videotaping, you are not safe. You are not safe.
No, you're not.
You're not safe.
They don't believe in your rights.
If it was...
They don't believe in their own policies?
If it was the Phoenix Police Department, substitute ICE out.
Yeah.
They had to go into the zips and do all that stuff yesterday. They're not pepper spraying people in the middle.
As they're driving down the street.
No. Never.
No.
Never.
They're professionals.
Got to figure out the difference.
Yeah. They're not
This
thugs.
new version of ICE and the terrific law enforcement that we have in Arizona. Massive difference. Massive difference.
Yeah. They wear masks because they're ashamed. I agree. And they don't want people to know who they are. But we're going to find out. We're going to find out who all of you are. Don't worry.
If they were ever to pass something where you can't wear a mask, they would quit.
Yeah.
They would quit. Coming up next. All right. They've been doing it for 50 years, and it ended today. But are people happy about it? We'll talk about it outspoken.
You know what? Oliver Smith Jeweler is doing something pretty darn amazing, if you ask me. Gold is at an all-time high, and that's not hyperbole. It's literally over $5,000 an ounce. I want you to think right now, do you have some jewelry or watches that you don't wear anymore? Maybe you inherited them. Maybe they're just not the style anymore. Maybe they don't fit, whatever it might be. You could turn that gold jewelry or gold watch into cold hard cash, or you could use it as credit at Oliver Smith Jeweler to get something you might actually wear. Something you might actually like. That's right. And Oliver Smith Jeweler has been doing this for over 40 years. This is not some fly-by-night thing, pop up in some shopping mall parking lot, offering to buy your jewelry. No. These are professional appraisers who are going to treat you fairly. You can go in there, sit down with them, okay? They've been doing it for over 40 years. Oliver Smith is in the store. His name's on the front. This is a family business, and their reputation means everything to them. So, now is the time. Could gold go higher? Maybe. But I got to tell you, it's at an all-time high now. Now. Check it out. You can go by their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall. All right? Oliver Smith Jeweler, always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:19. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Senate Republicans have joined together in a resolution calling for the state's attorney general to resign. That after Chris May spoke about her concerns the state's stand your ground law could endanger immigration enforcement officers during operations. The Republicans call her comments misleading and reckless. Mays later clarified her remarks, saying that she stands with local law enforcement. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. With a check on the roads this afternoon now, let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Tempe, we have a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound approaching Dobson Road. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Poplar Freeway westbound near 51st Avenue in a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 44th Street and Camelback Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Quick shout out to everyone in Tempe, the Tempeans. The Tempeites, thank you guys for listening. Tempe, this is your shout out. All right.
Hey, real quick before we move on, I
yes.
want to make one thing very clear.
Please.
Because if you just missed the last segment,
what's that?
We were talking about an ICE agent on the way out in a car, rolls the window down, maces people on the sidewalk.
Maces everyone on the sidewalk.
I just want to make this so clear. We will tell you if and when ICE gets out of line. Every time. And we will also tell you if protesters get out of line every time.
These people were standing on the sidewalk.
We're going to be very fair about it.
Yeah.
Even though, listen, neither of us like what ICE is doing, but we still will look at each situation and we'll tell you what we think. And you can go watch the video of this. It's like if you're not on the side of the lady, I don't know what to do with you.
Yeah.
Like if you think that she deserved to be maced, like, there's no starter conversation with you. So I just want to make that it's not all about, hey, we've got our eye on ICE. We do. But we're also going to tell you protesters get out of hand. And if you're a protester or you're in the area of ICE, don't get out of hand because we will call you out.
And okay? I would say I have an expectation that government agents with badges and guns act better than protesters, not worse than them. That's my expectation for professional law enforcement to act better, not worse.
Yeah.
They've been doing this for 50 years.
Not ICE.
50 years.
Who are we talking about?
And it ended today. Southwest Airline, the cattle call, the open seating, the pick the first seat that you like, ended today, Gatos.
I wonder if people like this. I think there is like I don't know. Me, I kind of like picking my own seat because it's different. Mm-hmm. It's different from every airline. And so, but you get the bad number, when you check in, if you're like, I don't know what it is, but it's like, you're in like,
you want to be an A.
You're in border like Q. Right?
No, you want to be an A.
Right.
But you have to pay extra for that.
Right.
Or you did.
Yeah, before. Right. Now it's changed.
Right. So I guess you can pick your seat now for Southwest. I never got a middle seat. I never really had a bad experience with the cattle call. I kind of liked it. And now you didn't like it.
I what do you want to call it? Like anxiety, not knowing where I'm going to sit? I like 3 days before the flight, knowing exactly where my seat is.
I call it excitement.
Yeah, no, I don't like that.
Okay.
Because I always tell people, like, I fly a lot, but I don't need to go anywhere bad enough to sit in the middle seat. So I need to know where I'm sitting ahead of time. I've changed flights before because I don't like my seat.
You're a
absolutely clear.
You're a flight snob.
Flight snob, 100%.
I did hear they're going to put in extra legroom seats on some of the planes.
Yeah,
you can. Yeah, you have to pay for it.
Of course. Yeah.
I'm paying for that seat.
But after 50 years, they've officially moved on from the first come, first serve seating policy. It didn't take long for things to escalate when ICE arrived at the Zips at Central and Thomas. We're going to speak to an eyewitness, somebody who was there, saw it all. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
So we partnered with your Valley Toyota dealers. We wanted to come into your classroom, just take a couple quick minutes and give your teachers some money.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
The Arizona Painting Company wants you to win free groceries for a year. We're talking $100 a week in grocery gift cards to the store that you choose. Text the word paint to 620-620. Let me tell you how this works, because I think we all would like a chance at free groceries for a year, $100 in gift cards. At the Arizona Painting Company, if you schedule your free estimate in January, and we still have a few days, you're going to get 20% off the painting project, which is a great, massive discount. And you could also win free groceries for a year, $100 a week in grocery gift cards. Paint your home, feed your family, hire the #1 painting company in the entire state, the Arizona Painting Company. So all you do is text the word paint to 620-620. I send you a bounce back text with the phone number, the company name, Arizona Painting Company, the number to get a free estimate, and then here's the chance, $100 a week in grocery gift cards. Do this today. Text the word paint to 620-620.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
When it comes to game day, you play to win. And when it's go time, it's Total Wine time. With the lowest prices on your go-to lineup of beers, seltzers, and wines that'll turn your kitchen counter into the ultimate home tailgate. Total Wine is your home field advantage. Our team will go the extra yard to get you ready for the big game. We've got what you need to tackle game day and every day, only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Join KTAR in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
At Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix, you ask, they answer. Hi, I'm Jamie West, inviting you to Beatitudes New Year Be Informed luncheon with John Spooner from Greystone Communities. His informative presentation will cover entrance fees, monthly costs, long-term value, and you can check out the beautiful Beatitudes campus on Thursday, January 29th at 11:30. Save your spot by texting RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News now.
It is 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Outside of Phoenix!
Community members demand an end to ICE raids in the valley after Homeland Security served search warrants at more than a dozen Zip Sports grills yesterday. Local immigration attorney Julianne Manzanares was at the location near Central and Osborne and accused federal agents of terrorizing the community.
Those who spoke English were treated more respectfully, while those who did not speak English or had an accent described being treated more roughly.
Arizona Congressman Yasamin Ansari was at the protest today and called for the impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. In the wake of protests over ICE operations and the deaths of 2 people shot by immigration officials in Minnesota, there are calls for changes in the way ICE is operating.
At least 30 Republicans are now demanding a full and complete and thorough investigation. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says that it's time for the White House to recalibrate their approach here. We're also hearing from Republican Congressman Mike Lawler this morning saying Americans do not want chaos.
That's ABC News senior political correspondent Rachel Scott. One person is said to have been critically injured following a shooting involving the U.S. Border Patrol in southern Arizona. It happened this morning along Arivaca Road in Pima County. That's an area that commonly sees drug smuggling. The injured person was flown to a hospital for treatment, and the Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI are assisting with the investigation. The FBI describing what happened as an alleged assault on a federal officer. Research published in the British medical journal Psychological Medicine has some key findings about brain changes during menopause. Here's ABC's Sherry Preston.
A new study looking at 125,000 women suggests that menopause appears to be linked to a loss of gray matter in the brain. Doctors say that deterioration happens whether women are taking hormone replacement therapy drugs or not. Since the brain's gray matter controls everything from your decision-making and emotions to your speech and memory, it could help explain why women are almost twice as likely to be diagnosed with dementia as men.
Let's take a look at those roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder on the Durango curve / I-17 northbound approaching 7th Street Mesa with a crash on US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Superstition Springs Boulevard. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound approaching the US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound transition. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We are looking for an overnight low right around 45 degrees with clear skies, but tomorrow partly cloudy and 74, climbing to 75 by Thursday, and then warming up, sunny and 77 by Friday. Right now, though, in Gilbert, it's 66 degrees. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Homeland Security and a criminal investigation against Zips. What are they investigating? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
All righty. So yesterday, around this time is when it started. We're 24 hours removed from some sort of operation that happened at multiple Valley Zips locations. The sports bar. Conducted by Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, called an ICE raid. I don't know if ICE was specifically involved in this. It seemed to be HSI. But specifically, the one at Park Central Mall, Central Phoenix, drew a large crowd to the point that even our friend Troy Hayden from Channel 12 was there.
We just had these agents come in their heavy riot gear, and basically they pushed the protesters back, and you can see them as they're retreating right now with their hands on each other's shoulders coming back, and they got the original officers who were doing this operation out of here. And what we're seeing now are the protesters following them, getting closer and closer to their vehicles.
For 12 News, Troy Hayden's going to join us at 5:30 with his perspective on what he saw.
Someone else who was there, independent bilingual journalist, formerly with AZ Central, Elvia Diaz. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. My first time here, so appreciate this.
Welcome.
Yes.
So you were there. First off, can I ask, how did you come to be there, specifically at this location yesterday afternoon?
Well, you mentioned that I'm a bilingual journalist, so now I am on the streets and I am out and about. And a source had actually told me a day before that ICE, and turned out to be the agency that you were mentioning, were going to hit Zips the following day. But the source did not know which one of the 15 locations.
Okay.
So I happen to be at Park Central because I have a place there that I work, and I know the bar is
the area.
there. So I decided to stay there all day and see. And just wait and see what was going to happen. And in the afternoon, a source told me, got a text saying they're outside, and so I immediately went out. I knew that it was going to be a raid, and sure enough, when I got there within seconds, I would say, within a minute or so, there was hardly anyone. There were like 3 people.
You were like one of the first people there, because no one knew. Okay.
Yes, exactly. And so the agents were coming in and out of the building already. And so I got to see when they sealed the area completely. So the beginnings of the whole thing, essentially. So that's how I ended up there.
So when people started to show up, who starts showing up? Like, and maybe you can tell, are some of them like, they're professional protesters? I'm sure that was a percentage of it. I'm sure that another percentage was, I don't like these guys and I see what they're doing over there. I might walk over.
And we heard there was like a gym nearby, and people were coming out of the gym.
So who are the people that were just starting to come over? Because you were there very early, but who's walking over?
I will say people from the gym, absolutely, asking questions like what's happening.
Okay.
Then people from the nearby restaurants too, what's happening, the curiosity of the whole thing, right? But I was busy filming and trying to get this whole thing as well myself. But I gathered that there was a very well organized gathering of the community. So the people that I saw there were on their phones texting and calling, and I think they were calling other people to say they're here, you better show up.
So some of it was organized, some of it was organic.
Yes.
And then people started to come over.
That's what I saw.
Did it get nuts?
It did at the very end. But you know what? The clip that you played there is very interesting because I think that happened towards the very end, and it was at the federal agent's own doing.
How so?
Well, I mean, this one didn't happen within 5 minutes. They did their thing. I even took a few breaks, went back to the office, came back.
So this was a couple of hours?
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
so it took a little while. So when the officers were leaving, there were tons of people already. And of course, they were chanting. They were very loud. But this is what got me, and this is what I think is so ridiculous. And I was there. I saw it. I went around the cars a few times. Some of the agents could not get into their cars.
Okay.
Okay, and they were being blocked?
They appeared to be locked out of their own cars.
They were locked out. They were like trying the doorknob and couldn't get in.
They were trying to open the door, and they couldn't get in. So, and by then, they were already bussed in, with all the protesters. So like, oh my goodness, you really have to be an idiot to lock yourself out in a situation like this. So I don't know if they did it on purpose. And honestly, I don't know what exactly was happening, but I saw it with my own eyes that they could not get in their cars. And so by then, everyone was around them. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, that's dangerous. To me, that's when I began to see that it could escalate very quickly. Like, oh, this is no good.
Okay. Elvia Diaz is with us right now, a bilingual journalist who was there at the Park Central Mall, the Zips location, from what appears to be almost the very beginning of the raid.
Yes.
You've got some good sources when they're tipping you off to when this is happening, and stayed until they left.
Until the very end.
At one point,
Yes.
They just got in their cars and left. Did they appear to arrest anybody? Was anybody taken out? Were there handcuffs? We still don't know specifically what they were doing at these Zips.
But that's a problem. I did not see anyone handcuffed or taken out, escorted out. But I did see one person zipped in, with their hands in the back.
Okay.
And the person was inside. I was, able to take pictures of that. But
so one person in custody.
Well, I don't know if in custody, but clearly detained. So, but I did not see the person come out. So I don't know what happened to that person. So, see, that is a problem with this whole thing. We're talking about the chaos at the very end, and it was, for a few moments, but it's been 24 hours since this happened, and I don't know if you know, but I still don't know what exactly they were investigating other than it was a criminal investigation. Okay. So to me, clearly was what I saw. They were targeting employees, and they were taking boxes of documents or whatever they had in boxes. So 24 hours later, I don't know.
Ms. Diaz, have you had a chance to talk to any of these employees? Do you know any of these employees at any of these Zips locations? Are we hearing from any of them?
I'm hearing from some of the lawyers and some of the organizations that some of those that have been arrested have decided not to pursue their cases and are being deported, that they have chosen not to fight that. Mm-hmm. So it seems that some of them were undocumented, and that's why, or, didn't have a legal permit to work here. Mm-hmm. And again, this is what I'm being told.
Okay.
So to me, it was an immigration raid, not a criminal investigation. Again, I don't know. Yeah. Because if it was a criminal investigation, someone is doing the crime, right? And to me, if someone is doing some hiring illegally, then I'm wondering where the employers are. If they're targeting them.
After watching the chaos in Minneapolis, 2 people killed, a number of people of color pulled out of cars, We've seen the thuggish tactics that this version of ICE uses. And I don't want to lump all, ICE agents necessarily together. They seem to mostly be acting the same way, which is poorly. What was it like to stand next to an ICE agent knowing, my goodness, I hope they don't do what they did to that lady in Minneapolis or that guy in Minneapolis, because you were right there.
The folks that were actually doing I wouldn't call it a raid. Well, the raid, they seem to be okay. I was very close to them many times, and I personally didn't feel that they were going to do something. The people that showed up with that riot gear, they were extremely aggressive.
They were different from the people that...
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. So there was a group that kind of went to do the investigation.
Correct.
And then another group showed up.
In some of them.
Got it.
They could not get out, so a bunch of riot gear officers showed up.
So what was it like to stand next to those who were in the riot gear and had the gas masks on, and you're standing there?
I felt it could escalate really quickly, and so I decided to step back a little bit because, one, I didn't want to be pepper sprayed. I didn't want to gas, and it was a very tense situation for a few minutes anyway. So they immediately started doing, what appeared to be gas. I didn't see it, but it quickly dispersed. But they were incredibly aggressive, and I think that's where the description that I was hearing from the TV, that was a moment that was chaotic, not before.
Can I ask you a quick, again, Elvia Diaz is with us right now, a journalist who was there at the Park Central Mall Zips location yesterday afternoon. Phoenix police, I saw some video and pictures. It appeared that Phoenix police were there. Officers were there. What were they doing there?
Well, you know what? I did not see them.
Okay.
And I was doing some Facebook Lives, and I thought it was Phoenix PD who showed up at first, but they were the federal agents with the riot gear. And so Councilwoman Laura Pastor was there. And so I asked her, is Phoenix police here? And she told me Phoenix police will not interfere. But I do not know if they were there. I did not see them.
Fair enough.
Thank you for joining us.
Appreciate your time.
No, thank you so much. Anytime. Appreciate that.
Elvia Diaz, independent bilingual journalist. She has a Substack. You can read her work there as well as she continues to do fine reporting here. And we appreciate your kind of firsthand look at what's going on. Is the collapse in consumer confidence tied to the chaos that ICE is creating? We'll talk about that next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from KTAR News. This show's keyword is
bunker. Bunker.
Text the word
bunker
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk about required minimum distributions. This is kind of a scary thing for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Listen, we all know that you're forced to take income eventually, but people never plan it out and cash flow it out into their retirement. It can have implications that a lot of people don't understand. So you have to take the money, even if you don't want to.
And it's more than just about taxes, too, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's about Social Security penalties and Medicare penalties, taxation on Social Security. It has a dramatic downline effect if you don't plan for it.
So what do you do about required minimum distributions?
It's about having an income plan in retirement. If you don't have an income plan that accounts for your taxable earnings that you weren't expecting, you can get really hurt.
All right, get your free portfolio review. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells, and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Our construction company started with just a handful of employees. Now we have more than 100. A lot of that growth is because of Resolution Copper. People talk about the economic impact of the mine, which is huge, but the value of the project is beyond the copper. For us, it's hundreds of families supported by steady, good-paying jobs.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
Let's get her, remove her
That's
from
the
this.
chick that spit on me last year.
Arizona state senators voting 4-3 to pass SB 1055 out of a border security subcommittee, and it would require all Arizona law enforcement agencies to report when they arrest an undocumented migrant to federal authorities. Republican Janae Shamp explaining her yes vote, saying the Trump administration is targeting criminals, but was interrupted by a member of the public.
Or, God forbid, pedophiles. The people that have been arrested and removed from this country by law enforcement.
The pedophile is in the White House.
Democrat Kiana Sears saying she voted no in part because of recent deaths related to ICE enforcement. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the roads this afternoon, get you where you're going with a little help from Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 northbound approaching Northern Avenue. Phoenix again, disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp I-17 northbound at Thomas Road. Surprise with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 303 northbound approaching Greenway Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there? Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of Sweet James' attorneys. They were disgusted by the insurance companies and how they were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they are assembled to take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. That phone number is 800-900-0000. Or find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment. Or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp. Depending on what happens at the legislature, you could end up having to do your 2025 state tax return twice. We'll explain why on the next Arizona's Morning News.
Why can't he just tell me now? Why do I have to wait? I'm very interested in this.
I want to know now.
Somebody call him.
I want to know now.
All right, you do the next segment because I'm going to text Sharp.
You need to text Sharp and figure out what the heck he's talking about. So, what is behind the new Consumer Confidence Survey that comes out apparently every month?
By the way,
yeah,
woof.
Well, hitting a 12-year low, basically the mood of consumers. And I'm curious, do you think the news cycle is leading people to feel even worse about the economy in general? I mean, can those two things be connected? I'm not saying they are. I'm asking.
I think it could be part of it.
It just gives people like a general downer to way everything is going.
I mean, when you watch this garbage on television or you're seeing it on your social media feed and they're just blasting a guy 10 times in the back, maybe a certain part of the public says, you know what, I don't feel like going to the mall today.
And again, this is measuring.
I'm just saying.
They ask people kind of, what's your mood? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think the mood of the country is angry.
Well, that's my point. So if you were asking people right now, what's your mood about the economy? Can people separate the economy from how they feel about everything else going on?
I guess.
I think it might be difficult for some folks.
Yeah, I think it's difficult for me.
Now, grocery prices still are high. I know that people are still struggling in some ways to pay for certain things.
Right.
Prices don't appear to be coming back down.
I think we're happy about gas prices. We're unhappy about grocery store prices. We're,
tariffs are on, tariffs are off, tariffs are on, tariffs are off.
Right. And I just think there is this, kind of talked to Meghan McCain about this a little yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
She called them the normies. Do you remember that part of the conversation?
The not the news junkies.
Yeah, like people who talk politics here and there, dip their toe in, they look around. Okay, no, those people are furious about what has happened with ICE.
Right.
And now you're getting not just Republicans and Democrats and independents and stuff, and everybody's got their opinion. You're getting people who are kind of on the outside looking in, and maybe a lot of them didn't vote or never have voted. Well, guess what? That's probably going to change. And so you're talking about the mood of the country. The mood of the country is we don't like what's happening in Minneapolis, and it's un-American. And, you can say, well, that's not really true. Look at the poll numbers.
I was going to say.
The poll numbers are unbelievable.
Don't believe it. Be my guest.
Well, I don't believe in poll numbers.
Yeah, I don't believe in
fake
what? News
just
or whatever. Who cares?
Talk to your friends. Listen, I was talking to friends who like Donald Trump, okay? And most of them don't like this crap.
Yeah.
They don't.
I hear you.
And when you see stuff like that, it makes you... it makes you look at America and
but
say,
it gives you a sour view of a lot of things.
We're going in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can, but do you see where I was going with this? Like, yes. I didn't just make it up.
No. I think, what's happening with ICE.
Yeah.
And what's happening with the economy, what we're looking at is, 12 months, right? Or
12-year low.
Yeah. Consumer mood is at a 12-year low. I think part of it is we don't know what this president is doing. And some of the stuff
and
that he is
next?
doing, we don't like it. And so maybe we don't trust him.
See, yeah.
Isn't it amazing that, on Election Day, a lot of people said, hey, this guy could get the economy rolling. It has not been the case.
Yeah.
No, not been the case. All right. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. We got hour number 2 coming up. A lot of people say hour number 2 is...
You can't imagine the kind of things hour number 2
is ICE forcing your kid back into online learning.
Whoa.
Here we go. We'll talk about it next.
Hey, Trajan Wealth has some core philosophies, and their philosophies benefit you directly. Okay? Low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency. These are just a few of the qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from competitors. And remember, they're fiduciaries. They're not salespeople, okay? They provide information. They answer questions. They ask questions, for goodness sakes. And they always keep these core philosophies at heart. They built their business. And by the way, it's been amazing to watch it grow over the last 15 years. By not just bringing in new customers, but retaining existing customers. And how do you do that? By taking care of them, by doing right by them. And that's exactly what Trajan Wealth has been doing. You can schedule a complimentary introductory meeting and learn more about how they go about helping you save and plan for retirement. And keep in mind all those other things, things you may not have even thought of yet. It all starts with a phone call, 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey guys, it's Broomhead. If you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Starting testosterone therapy with Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores the get up and go so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better. You'll sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your smartphone, keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. We are learning more now about a shooting involving the U.S. Border Patrol this morning in southern Arizona. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says it began with an agent chasing a suspect near Aravaca, who was believed to have been involved in human smuggling.
They recognized his vehicle, made a traffic stop. When they made that traffic stop, the lone occupant, the driver, fled on foot. The agent, the Border Patrol agent, chased after him on foot. Shortly thereafter, shots were fired from the suspect, and the agent returned fire.
The suspect was flown to a hospital in critical condition. No Border Patrol agents were hurt.
Ice out of Phoenix!
Community members gathered at Zip Sports Grill near Central and Osborne to demand an end to ICE raids today.
This comes after Homeland Security investigations served search warrants at 15 zips around the valley yesterday. Local immigration attorney Juliana Manzanares went to the zips near downtown and says more law enforcement showed up when federal agents were leaving, prepared to deploy chemical agents.
As officers were leaving with a clear path, all ready to leave, chemical agents were deployed near the crowd, and people began coughing. I began coughing.
Manzanares was told workers who spoke Spanish were treated more roughly than those who spoke English. Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari was at the protest today and called for the impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
DHS Secretary Noem is hearing calls to resign over her response to the killing of Alex Preddy, the second U.S. citizen fatally shot this month by federal agents in Minneapolis.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem accused Preddy of domestic terrorism, and White House advisor Stephen Miller cast Preddy as a domestic terrorist and an assassin. The White House refused to condemn Noem and Miller's false statements. But now there has been a shift in communication between the president and Minnesota's Democratic leaders. Trump said he, quote, seemed to be on a similar wavelength on a call with Governor Tim Walz about working together. And Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey says in a call, the president agreed that the present situation cannot continue.
That's ABC's Trevor Alt. Arizona is one of a number of states that will be getting millions of dollars to continue building EV charging stations across the state.
In a final ruling, a federal judge ordering the Department of Transportation to release about $1 billion in funding for the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. Arizona among 19 other states that challenged the Trump administration's withholding of close to $1 billion designed to build out the EV infrastructure across the U.S. AG Chris Mays praised the ruling, saying Arizona was owed the money. She recovered $15 million that will expand the number of charging stations across Arizona. John Roller, KTAR News.
Okay, ADOT asking Arizonans for help again to name 4 snowplows as the Name a Snowplow contest returns. ADOT says they'll select 12 to 15 finalists, and then the voting will open to the public. The 4 names that get the most votes will be placed with a decal on a snowplow. If you'd like to make a submission, you can visit azdot.gov by February 2nd. Let's check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp, I-17 northbound at Thomas Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway westbound at 24th Street. A look towards surface streets. Peoria with a crash involving a motorcyclist, 87th Avenue and Peoria Avenue. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight we'll see a low in the mid-40s with clear skies, partly cloudy on Wednesday, a high of 74. And then by Thursday, mostly sunny again as we warm up just a little bit each day, possibly 77 by Friday. Right now in Tempe, it's 71. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
Oh, many people will tell you. Hour number 2, best of the hour.
All right. Hey, our buddy from 12 News, Troy Hayden's coming up at about 5:30. He was over at one of the Zips yesterday at Park and Central Ave. Is that what it was? Yes.
Yes.
And so,
Park Central Mall. Yes.
I mean,
right off Central Ave.
From everybody I talked to, that was getting very dicey out there. Both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to hear from Troy. He was literally standing there. All right. Part of the, what do you want to call it? Ripples, repercussions, whatever. Phoenix Union High School says they are now going to offer online learning options to families concerned about immigration enforcement in and around the schools.
Oh, gosh.
They sent a letter to parents and said that students and family members are feeling anxious, might be a nice way to put it, and that if you would like, they will offer online remote school for you.
Eyes rolling right now.
Your eyes are rolling. Good or
Watching
bad?
the YouTube channel, our eyes are rolling. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Of course. Listen, when schools have to give kids and parents another option for learning so that your kid can stay home because of what the government is doing, we're going in the wrong direction in this country. We are. When schools shut down or when schools say, you know what, let's go back to that COVID thing and try it again. Let's try the online learning. That should be a last resort. And so maybe it is a last resort because ICE likes to go to schools. We've seen this new version of ICE in Minneapolis. Earlier today, they were going around and around and around and around an elementary school in Minneapolis. And there was, I guess, a congressional candidate who decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to walk outside. By the way, it's heroic because it's cold there.
It's very, yes.
Number one. And number two, if you talk to one of these new ICE agents, you could get whacked. So here's the deal. He walks out there, and he just, went up and he knocked on the window nicely because he said, I would like to know, I just want to know why you guys are circling this elementary school. And they drove away. And they probably shouldn't talk to him anyway. Nothing good is going to come from that. I'm glad that they drove away. But are we going to see this starting in Arizona?
Well, they closed. I want to say last week they closed some schools in Seattle because of ICE activity in the neighborhood or whatnot. Just closed the school.
Right. I saw ICE was at a church over the weekend in Minneapolis, and I'll be real raw with you. Two old white people, okay, one dude, and he's had his wife, and they looked like they were 70 years old, and so they're talking to the media, and they're like, we came out, and all these ICE vehicles were there, and we're like, I don't know what's going on here, and they get in their car, and they're stopped. And they've got, and obviously you see them in their tactical gear. That's intimidating. So there's this old white couple, of course, with everybody else. What are you doing here? I don't know. I was just hanging out with Jesus in there for a little while. Is that okay with you guys?
Now, the correct answer, by the way, so that you know, is I don't answer questions. You are under no obligation to talk to them.
No.
The Fourth Amendment of the United States is very clear. The Fifth Amendment is very clear.
But they don't know it.
I don't answer questions.
Yeah, but this version of ICE doesn't know that.
Are you from here? I don't answer questions. Are you a citizen? I don't answer questions. That's all you say.
Yeah, but it doesn't work out real well for the person. Why don't I play this for you? This happened in Minneapolis today. Are you ready for this? This is just, average guy and then one of these new ICE agents.
I will tell you this, brother.
What? And so I will tell you this, brother. He is the ICE agent in Minneapolis, okay?
I will tell you this, brother.
What?
I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
What did he say?
He said, you raise your voice, I erase your voice.
Okay.
If I raise my voice, you'll erase my... Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Are you serious? You said if I raise my voice, you'll erase my voice?
Yeah.
That's nice. That's a professional, right?
It's amazing. It's incredible.
Yeah.
I like the one ICE guy who walked up to some lady, and I give him credit because he wasn't wearing a mask. This was in Minneapolis. I wish I had I wish I had the audio in front of me, but he walks up and he go, because somebody has their cell phone, and apparently they don't like that.
No, they don't like the First
They don't
Amendment.
like that at all.
That's the First Amendment they don't like.
Person walks up and goes, didn't you learn anything from that lady just a few days ago? The one that they murdered in the middle of the street?
Yeah, that one.
He goes, haven't you guys learned your lesson from the lady the other day? And this was probably a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
The unmitigated temerity of some of these guys, the crap that they are saying, it is...
it's not professional.
Sure isn't.
It's not how law enforcement acts.
You would never hear a Phoenix police officer say this. You would never hear Scottsdale. You
would never hear shoot somebody and say bleep that bleep.
F that B is what they said.
To get away from
and
it,
you know what? Don't get away from it. We should say what that ICE agent said when he killed that woman in the middle of the street. Mm-hmm. And we should say, hey, guess what? The guy who lost his life over the weekend, they counted the bullet holes in him. I thought that was interesting. Yeah. Oh, that was a good kill, I guess, right? We counted, we got him. Okay, let's count. And they counted the bullet holes. Who counts bullet holes in a man?
Instead of rendering aid.
Well, I mean, I think aid was actually rendered, but when you put 10 bullets in the guy's back, what's the first thing that you do? Let's count how many times we hit him.
Yeah.
I mean,
Again,
really,
this is mass thugs murdering citizens on the streets of our cities.
It's terrible.
That's what it is.
It's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
It really, in this country, again, I wasn't here for the 60s. I know you were.
No.
But man, oh man, oh man. And it's only going to get worse. And the amount of power that they think that they have, and maybe they do have it, because they're being told by the president and the vice president and I don't know, that little guy who was walking around. He was a border guy. Now he's out.
Uberfuhrer,
whatever he is.
Bavino, yeah.
Hey, you guys, we got your back. It's not how it works. And I just can't. The number of law enforcement people that have called me, that have texted me, is dozens. What, like the best they can do is shoot the guy in the back? The best they can do is drag
because they're cowards.
A person of color out of the car?
Cowards.
It's here and it's in Arizona, and we're gonna talk about that.
Murdering American citizens on the street. That's what they are.
Back to what we were initially discussing is that the Phoenix Union High School District is offering online learning options to families who are concerned. I think you can look at this a couple different ways. If you have brown skin and you're here legally, you might want to be afraid. If you are here illegally, we still, the most of us want you to still get an education, right? I mean, if you're a kid, you're here illegally, we don't want you hanging out on the street or at home. We want you in a school, okay? I'm sure they're scared. What about the other kids? I mean, if ICE goes to churches, if ICE goes to schools, if ICE goes to emergency rooms, by the way, now we have reports of many women who say, you know what? No, I'm in a bit of distress. I don't think I'm going to go. And I don't know that they're all here illegally. Some of them might just have brown skin. And they're not
Or speak with an accent. Right.
Or speak. Another great one. Remember the guy? Yeah, we just need to check your ID because you have an accent. I mean, literally, that's what they're saying.
Pound sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Gestapo. It's 1930s Germany.
Incredible.
Nazis. We shouldn't call them Nazis. Well, then don't act like Nazis. How's that? You don't want to be called a Nazi? Don't act like them. Pretty simple. By the way, I got a text from a Phoenix police officer. As an officer, after making the scene safe, our top priority is to render aid if we're involved in an officer-involved shooting.
Amen. Of course they do.
ICE claps, makes fun of, and counts bullet holes.
Right.
That's what they do.
Right. And I think that's great that you were keeping your eye out for a few texts. And, so many officers who are either retired or they're still, they're still at the job. Thank you for what you do. Because believe me, we need you. And we're happy you're here. 100% behind law enforcement.
Professional law enforcement.
Always behind law enforcement. 100%.
They respect people's rights.
I know that mistakes are made, and that's just being a human. But goodness gracious, don't you appreciate the great cops that do the job every day with great respect for people? I do. And I got to tell you, I probably appreciate it even a lot more now that I've seen the other side.
You see what lawlessness acts like.
Yeah.
Like you see people with guns who think they have immunity, who don't care about rights, laws, or the Constitution.
And
what would they do? You are seeing it on our streets.
Right. And they like to blank talk, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They really do like that. And you don't see police officers do that. It's called de-escalation.
No, they're escalators.
Yes, this new version of ICE. Again, I've never had a problem with ICE my entire life.
Yeah.
I don't want to even abolish it. I want to cut their funding off because this version of ICE
Shut this government
is
down. I'm fine with
absolutely
that.
out of hand.
100%.
But thank you to all the police officers. Like, if you're listening out there, I want you to know, I really do, hear my heart. I want you to know this. No, none of us should lump you guys and gals in with what we're seeing with ICE. You should never be lumped in. And if you're listening out there,
it's worrisome because I think some people will.
Please don't.
They'll see anybody with a badge and a gun, and they'll assume.
No,
I get it.
Don't. Please
and
don't.
they shouldn't.
Please
100%.
Please don't.
There is a difference.
There is a difference. So thank you to all the police officers who are out there, and you're doing it the right way. I can't even tell you, especially in this day and age. I will say this too: if you see a police officer out there, more than ever, you should say hello. You should thank them. You don't even have to bring up this new version of ICE. Hey, I know the world's crazy.
Thank you for being a professional.
I know the world's crazy. Thanks for being a pro.
Yeah.
Really appreciate you guys and gals. I think that would go a long way. I really do.
Yeah. I think there's something to be said for it.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, quick check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And ICE does have a new tactic they're using. They used it yesterday. Drive-by macing. We'll tell you what that is. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Hey, New Year, 2026. Why don't you go to your wallet or your purse, take $26 out. $26 a month will get you an Aquazona Kinetico system. $26 a month will get you the same one that I have in my home, the K5 drinking water station. The K5 is amazing. Love it. Everything about it. It's convenient. You can have a refreshing glass of water each and every time. When you shower, you're not getting chlorine. It purifies your water. And for $26 a month, you could get a Kinetico system. I mean, think about the number of people in your family and all the bottled water that you buy. Oh, my goodness. You could have unlimited purified water. $26 a month when you mention Gatos, and you go and talk to Aquazona Kinetico. 602-910-6570, aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A partial government shutdown is possible as another deadline looms. Democratic senators vow to oppose a funding bill to keep the Department of Homeland Security and other agencies up and running after the latest ICE shooting in Minnesota. Now, as ABC Washington correspondent Jay O'Brien tells us, those congressional approvals following the 43-day government shutdown in 2025 are coming to an end.
And since then, Congress has passed some appropriations bills to fund some parts of the government, like the Department of Commerce and the Department of the Interior, et cetera, et cetera. But the Senate has got to consider 6 funding bills that would fund the rest of the government by Friday. And if they don't pass them by Friday, then those agencies would shut down. That includes the Department of Homeland Security, but it also includes funding for various functions of the Department of Justice and the Treasury.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, westbound near 24th Street. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 48th Street and Earl Road. Peoria with a crash involving a motorcycle on 87th Avenue and Peoria Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. And now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, I got to do a quick shout out to everyone listening in Wickenburg. That's right, all the way up in Wickenburg. Shout out to your city, the Wickenburgians. Thank you guys so much. The Wickenburgers.
Wickenburgers.
Wickenburg.
Enough of you guys.
No, enough of that.
That one I stand by.
So we're going to be talking to Channel 12's Troy Hayden in a few minutes. He was another person who was live on the air yesterday at Park Central Mall.
Yeah, here he is.
We just had these agents come in their heavy riot gear.
That does not sound good.
Yeah, they were not the ones there originally.
We found that out, yeah.
We learned that the original, what do you want to call it, investigation that began maybe an hour or two before that.
Zips and all the 14, 15 different places,
was
right?
different from these guys in riot gear showing up.
Yeah, I think the crowds got very big, and then they had to bring in the I don't know what else to call it, the big guns. I'm not really sure.
The thugs.
Well, again, I mean, did things go bad in Arizona yesterday? For the most part, no, except for this incident that we're going to talk about right now. You want to play the audio of the incident? Because it is video. It's everywhere.
Can I set the scene?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the masked thugs are leaving.
Okay.
The cowards. And they have gotten into their cars and are driving away.
Okay.
And they've turned out of the parking lot there at Park Central Mall. And it looks to me, and again, I'm trying to orient myself, I think they turned onto Central. Okay? And they're driving away, a caravan. I want to say maybe 4 or 5 of them, it looked like. At least I could see in the video.
Yeah, you have a number of different cars that are pulling away, one next to the
right.
other.
And there are people
One
on the
after the other.
sidewalks.
Right. And they ain't happy.
They have their cell phones out. Many of them, they're video recording whatever these guys are doing.
Good. Record them.
And they're all standing on the sidewalk. They're not in the street. They're not stepping in front of vehicles. They're not impeding traffic.
Right.
Standing on a sidewalk.
Correct.
Recording.
Right.
And the ICE coward has his hand out the window, and he's pepper spraying them as they drive down the street. He's spraying pepper spray onto everyone standing on the sidewalk.
I watched it this morning.
When are the Nuremberg trials? When can we start these?
I watched that this morning over and over again. And it's like, hold on. You are drive-by macing people now?
Yeah. Where's that in the policy?
You're in your car. You are protected. You are fine. And you have the gall as just not even a federal officer, because you're not a real law enforcement officer. But, like, okay, you got this gig and you got a big bonus and you haven't been trained. You stick your hand out with the mace and just shoot it into people's faces.
Here's what I want to know.
It is unbelievable. That person on the spot, whoever else was in that car with that person, should have reported that person, and that person should have been fired on the spot. On the spot. Do you want to play some of the audio?
I want to know. I have a question, though.
Okay.
And maybe this is a question we need an answer to. Dear Phoenix Police Department, is it illegal to drive down Central Avenue and spray mace at people lawfully standing on a sidewalk?
Great point.
And if it's not, who are you arresting?
That's a great point. Is it assault?
I think it might be assault. It might be battery.
See, you went down the legal aspect. I went down the aspect of just basic humanity.
Oh, come on. You're not expecting that from these thugs.
I didn't say I expected anything.
Yeah, I expect whatever the worst is,
I get it.
You should expect that.
I get it. But my goodness, you are a federal officer. You are an ICE agent. You are in a car. You're protected. No one's throwing anything at you. No one's doing anything. Like, if these people were in the street
blocking their way,
they weren't. It was so clear they're all on the sidewalk. And it was really interesting to me how he purposely, as I've said before so many times, purposely made sure that he maced a woman, because that's what they like. They push women down. We've seen them numerous times rip women out of a car.
Again, they're driving away.
Yeah. Here's some
They're leaving.
Here's some of the audio. And listen, you're not going to really know what's going on but what you will hear is mayhem. And what you will hear is, like, I think that some of these folks are like, did that guy really just do that?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right. So, oh my God, they see the mace.
Oh my God.
Just driving along.
Yeah. Just spraying everybody. You ever see those, you ever see, like, the I'm so bad at this, the farms? And then, you have a farm and you've got crop, and sometimes they do the dust.
The crop dust.
That's what it was.
Yeah, just driving along, spraying.
Let's crop dust them.
And this, he was using one of the ones they have. It looks like it sprays the irritant, I don't know technically called
like
it,
hose,
whatever it is,
almost.
Maybe 6 to 8 feet. It looks like it kind of can spray.
Oh my God.
And you see this woman on the ground just, in such pain and so uncomfortable. It was just completely unnecessary.
Mm-hmm.
It was completely unnecessary.
I want to know from Phoenix PD, is that against the law?
I want to know from a
lawyer. And if it's not, can I do it to them?
We can find it from a lawyer. That sounds like assault to me, Bruce. You're right.
And are they above the law? Yes or no? Is it against the law in Arizona? Chris Mays, is it against the law to mace people standing on a sidewalk while you're driving down Central Avenue?
What would my penalty be if I did that?
And whatever that is,
let's find it out.
You get it to them.
All right, we're going to find that answer out.
All right. Is Phoenix starting to look more and more like Minneapolis? Troy Hayden from 12 News joins us next on Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Aria Dental Implant Center, so many people going there, so many people getting their lives back, so many people here in the Valley that are, tired of having broken teeth or missing teeth, and it's time for dental implants. And some of you are like, okay, where do I go? All right, let me start with go to a local company like Aria. Reason number one, you will save thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars, compared to the other big national implant centers. Why? Because Aria is local. They don't have the same overhead as all these companies, and you will have big savings. The second reason is Dr. Joe. Decades of experience, thousands of smiles restored. He is the surgeon that you want. He is the doctor that you want. He will sit there with you for as long as you need, and he'll answer every question that you have. So I want you to go see my good friend Dr. Joe over at AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
For 35 years, Mountainside Fitness has been part of the Valley, helping families and communities live healthier lives. With 25 convenient locations, now is the perfect time to join with $0 enrollment and your first 30 days free. Your membership includes full-service locker rooms, free towel service, 70-plus weekly fitness classes, wellness amenities, interactive childcare, and state-of-the-art equipment. MountainsideFitness.com. Mountainside Fitness. Lift local.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. It's a great alternative to paint. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But when you use Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. With Rhino Shield, your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted. Guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. That's 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5:30. I'm Becky Lynn. A human trafficking suspect has been critically wounded after a shooting that involved the U.S. Border Patrol in Arizona today. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos says it began when an agent started chasing the suspect's vehicle, and it ended with the suspect firing at a Border Patrol chopper and an agent returning fire.
This is a really ongoing investigation. There's a lot more work to do here, particularly in terms of gathering information from any witnesses and collecting and gathering physical evidence that may be out there in the field.
The suspect was flown to a hospital from the shooting scene near Aravaca. Arizona Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari among those loudly calling for an end to ICE raids at a rally in central Phoenix this afternoon, just a day after a number of Zips sports grill locations around the valley were targeted in what's described as a Homeland Security criminal investigation. She pointed at this past weekend shooting in Minneapolis as an example of why change is needed.
The National Rifle Association is concerned about the way that this administration is lying, is stripping us of our constitutional rights, and trying to gaslight the American public from believing what they saw with their own eyes.
Ansari and many Democrats say they will move ahead with the impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem unless she's fired by President Donald Trump. Pinterest announcing a restructuring plan today, and that includes scaling back on its workforce. The San Francisco-based company detailed the changes in a securities filing today, which led to shares of the company to drop during the trading day.
Vision board and sharing platform Pinterest announced plans to lay off roughly 15% of workers between now and September. The company in a securities filing says partly due to a restructuring plan that shifts funds to prioritize AI-powered products and capabilities. Pinterest, based in San Francisco, will also shrink its office space as it pivots to appeal to its growing base, Gen Z users who have transformed the platform into a planning and inspirational tool. The company launched publicly in 2012 and was once the third most popular sharing site behind Facebook and Twitter. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Let's get you home now. Checking on those roads, it's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with the disabled vehicle blocking the on-ramp I-17 southbound approaching Union Hills Drive. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 northbound near Union Hills Drive. Phoenix again with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 southbound near 20th Street. A look into our surface streets. Peoria with a crash on Happy Valley Road and Lake Pleasant Parkway. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We'll be in the mid-40s overnight with clear skies and then partly cloudy tomorrow with our high around 74 and warming up a little bit. By Friday, 77 could be our high, and we could see right at 80 over the weekend. It's 72 now in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Homeland Security and a criminal investigation against Zips. What are they investigating? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
All righty. So we've been talking a lot about yesterday's multi-location raids at Zips locations all over the valley.
Yeah, we looked up at the TV yesterday, and there he is. 12 News, Troy Aiden, and he's at the scene, and it sounded like this.
We just had these agents come in their heavy riot gear, and basically they pushed the protesters back, and you can see them as they're retreating right now with their hands on each other's shoulders coming back, and they got the original officers who were doing this operation out of here. And what we're seeing now are the protesters following them, getting closer and closer to their vehicles.
I mean, this thing sounded like it could have gone bad.
Could have gone either way. Joining us right now is Troy Hayden, 12 News anchor and reporter, friend of the show. Troy, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, good talking with you guys. So, I think we came very close to something bad happening yesterday.
How did you find yourself there? Because you were I'm just being serious. Like you were right in the middle of it.
Yeah, so I anchored the 4 and 5 o'clock show, and we had this in our 5 o'clock show especially. And I remember seeing it near the top of the show, and the operation had just started, I think, 20 minutes or so before, and there were already protesters out there. And I'm thinking, wow, they got there in a hurry. But it turns out they were protesting down at ICE headquarters, only about a mile away, a lot of them anyway.
Okay.
And then Park Central is interesting. I don't know if you've been there lately, but they have like a gym there, and there's restaurants. So
Very
there's a lot
different.
of activity. Yeah, people are kind of just walking around. And so they showed up. So my boss called me on my phone as soon as I was done with the 5 o'clock and says, hey, can you get down there? And I'm like, heck yeah, I'll go down there. Yeah, being in the middle of that kind of stuff is what I do.
Yeah, I mean, you've interviewed Jody Arias one-on-one, face-to-face. We've seen you out at some of this stuff when SB 1070 was happening. This is what you do. Bruce and I sit here in the studio, and we're safe. Yeah. Troy, like you said, there was a moment where you're like, ooh, this could get bad. What was going through your mind, and what were you seeing?
What'd you see? Yeah.
Well, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it, actually, because, it has been since SB 1070. I wasn't out for the Black Lives Matter, clashes that we had not that long ago, but I was out for SB 1070. It reminded me of that. So I'm doing my live report and for our 6 o'clock newscast. And I was kind of walking around showing the protesters who were yelling at these officers from multiple agencies, all federal agencies, and they were just trying to get back into their cars and get out of there. But the protesters had surrounded their cars, and they weren't pounding on windows or doing anything, but they were yelling, some swearing, somebody had a megaphone saying, shame on you. And it started getting more and more kind of amped up. So when I finished my report, I turned around, and as I was walking back towards the other side, I looked up and I saw probably 20 officers in full riot gear. And I'm talking about gas masks. They had pepper guns in their hands. They were in formation, and they were moving towards that crowd. They came right back to me on the air, and I think that's a little bit of what you played. But at that moment, my photographer even was getting closer to the middle of the scene. I grabbed his shoulder. His name's Chris. I'm like, Chris, no. We're not getting in front of the pepper guns, all right? So we're going to stay back so we can see what's going on, but we're not getting in front of them. And they came right in. They got right up to those protesters who turned and faced them. And I saw one protester get right in the face of one of those, riot gear officers, and he shoved him back. It wasn't like a little push. It was a shove. Now, the guy didn't fall, but he went flying back. And at that point, it flashed off in my brain that if somebody throws a bottle, if somebody throws a punch, if somebody pushes back, I thought it was going to go south right there. Thankfully, it didn't.
Troy Hayden, 12 News anchor reporter. You've been out at some of these things. You've been pepper sprayed, right? Have you breathed that stuff in? What is it like?
Let me tell you, it is designed very well. And I remember the first time I got tear gassed, which is, almost the same thing. It makes you want to get away from it as fast as you can. It makes you clear out. It's almost like ammonia. If you smell ammonia, where it's so intense that it like almost burns your brain. That's what I think it's like. And it's so intense that all you want to do is get away.
Troy, and again, I was watching you trying to do a radio show, but like, oh my God, look, Troy's in the middle of this. Cool. At one point, it looked like, and the camera panned over, was there Phoenix police there? It looked like I saw people in dark uniforms, not wearing masks. They look like, quote unquote, regular police officers.
I thought it was so interesting because when I very first got there, I'm trying to figure out who these officers are, Yeah, because there's one, there were letters that I had never seen before. I think one of them, I read it in some release earlier, but it's somebody who goes in and kind of gets people out. I never saw they all had different uniforms on.
Okay.
So I was a little confused too. And I was like, is this kind of like a ragtag band of people put together? Because how often do you see like a Maricopa County Sheriff's deputy with a Phoenix PD with a DPS all hanging out together? You don't see it very often, and that's what it was. Now the second group of people who showed up, they all had the same uniform. They all had the riot gear. They meant business. I think they came in as a unified force to get these other officers out of there. And look, this goes both ways. I think officers, police officers, federal officers all have the right to do their jobs and go home to their families, right? They shouldn't be the subject of violence either. So I think when those officers saw that they weren't going to be able to get out of there and they were being surrounded by people who were hostile to them, they were within their rights to get help to get out of there. I'm just glad there wasn't violence like we saw in Minnesota.
And we spoke to another eyewitness earlier, and she made the point that the people who went in around 4 o'clock, this whole thing happened around 4 something in the afternoon, they were not dressed in riot gear. They were Homeland Security investigation or whatever. They were they went in to do an investigation. You're saying those people had trouble leaving, and that's when the guys in riot gear showed up. They didn't show up at Zips in riot gear to start with.
No. The people that we saw, and actually it happened right before I got there, but I saw a video we brought back here. They came out with boxes of documents.
Right.
Looked like files. They came out with a computer. I mean, it looks like, we've seen, I think, 3 or 4 other instances of restaurants being raided for, I guess it's, stolen identity. Or, there's a sushi place, there was a taco place. So maybe that's how this started. We still don't know exactly. But yeah, they were not the riot gear officers. They were the officers coming in to grab files, and then all of a sudden they're surrounded.
Understood.
Troy Hayden, 12 News. I think that some of these protesters were organized. As you said, they came from, down the street. They were already protesting.
Using social media to follow or whatever.
But I also think from everybody that I've talked to, a lot of it's organic. A lot of it is people who are leaving a business or people that were leaving the gym.
Yeah, the gym was next door, right? And people came piling out of the gym.
They looked at this and they're like, you know what? I'm furious about what's happening. I am furious. I'm going to go over there. And you know what? I may yell or I may record. And so I do think a lot of it was organic.
There were definitely different groups of people there. There were people who had the signs and the bullhorns. They were ready to go from the time they got there.
Right.
But as you say, there are also people coming out of the gym or the little medical school that's there or whatever they have going on. And I didn't see them chanting as much, but they were definitely kind of offering support. And then I saw like a third group that's just kind of sitting back, a little shell-shocked, And I would say Yasemin Ansari was one of them, the congresswoman.
Yes.
I walked up to her and started talking to her. She looked shook. And I heard some audio just in your newscast right now. She was not like that when I talked to her yesterday.
Enough.
Yeah, because it was a scene where you felt again like something could go wrong very easily.
Troy, if they call you and you got to go out there again, and I know you're great at your job, you go and you do it. Do you have gear? Do you have a gas mask? Are you gonna protect yourself because this could get nasty?
Yeah, you were in a lovely suit yesterday, and I was worried about it.
Well, thank you for the compliment on my suit. No, my protective equipment is my brain and my experience. So I will not let myself get in between protesters and police officers. And when things go south, I'll get out of there. I'm not going to risk anybody's safety.
No. I guess what I meant is do you actually carry a gas mask with you if you're going to go out to one of these things, or do you, just in case somebody gets pepper sprayed, or you just go out there and
we have them.
Yeah. Okay.
We have them, but I don't take them. See, again, Larry, it's like if I'm out there and the tear gas is going, it's time for me to go. It's time for everybody to go.
Good. Yeah. I think you're right. Good.
Troy, appreciate your time today. Thank you very much. And it was riveting watching you there covering that live. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. And thank you. Keep up the good work and enjoy the show.
Copy that.
Thanks,
that's Channel 12 anchor and reporter Troy Hayden, who was literally there broadcasting live yesterday afternoon as the situation, as he said, got a little bit tense. Might be a good way to put it.
I'm glad that it didn't get out of hand. I'm worried that it will.
We've got a check of the headlines on the way. And after 50 years, it ended today. Southwest Airlines will never be the same. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, so who wants to adjust shades manually when automation can do it for you? I'm telling you right now, my friends at Southwest Blinds and Shutters, they have what you need, automated shades. Here's a few reasons why you need them. It's total convenience. Total convenience and beauty, right? They open, they close, adjust your shades right from your phone. It couldn't be any more easy. You could even set a routine that fits your lifestyle. So, like, let's say your alarm goes off at, 7 in the morning, right? Well, you can set, the timer for your shades to go up when you walk into the kitchen and you get that first cup of coffee. Built to withstand the desert climate, blocks the heat and the glare, and I'm telling you, custom fit for whatever you want. My wife and I have hired Southwest Blinds and Shutters. And they're on their way to the house, and we can't wait. SouthwestBlinds.com.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from KTAR News. This show's keyword is
bunker. Bunker.
Text the word
bunker
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Finding a solution for a faulty transmission doesn't have to be hard. Hi, I'm Trey Briggs, owner of Automatic Transmission Exchange. Family owned and operated here in Phoenix since 1968. Our mission's simple. Diagnose and repair your transmission right the first time. From service and repair to full replacement, you'll get honest work, expert care, and a solid warranty you can trust. Automatic Transmission Exchange. Check out our reviews at autotransexchange.com today.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. We just got a little closer to midnight on the doomsday clock.
The Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists uses this clock as a metaphor of the perils we must address if we are to survive. The doomsday clock is now 85 seconds to midnight, 4 seconds closer than last year, the closest it's ever been to 12 a.m. When the clock was introduced in 1947, it was 7 minutes before midnight. The organization says our three biggest challenges are nuclear weapons, climate change, and biological threats. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Checking traffic for us. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the on-ramp Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near Tatum Boulevard. Phoenix again, disabled vehicle blocking the on-ramp I-17 southbound near Union Hills Drive. Looking towards Surface Streets, Peoria with a crash on Happy Valley Road and Lake Pleasant Parkway. This report brought to you by Beatitudes. Join us January 29th for our lunch on with guest speaker John Spooner covering entrance fees, cost, and long-term value. RSVP at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Talking to my friends over the Lund Mortgage team. Let's see what we got. Interest rates down. That's good news for your wallet. Home prices down. That's good news for your wallet. Buy a home. 2026, purchase a house. The interest rates continue to go down. The prices on homes in the Valley continue to go down. 623-875-9940. Your reason for calling the Lund Mortgage team is to get pre-approved for a mortgage. They'll tell you how much house you can afford. They'll tell you how much that payment is going to be per month. And they'll make sure they get you the lowest rates and the lowest fees. Now, let's say that you're already in a house and you got a mortgage in the last 3 years. Well, again, mortgage rates have dropped considerably since then. Refinance, save money through the Lund Mortgage team. Here's how you do it. Email them. Email RateWatch, one word, at lundmortgage.com, and they'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's the right time to refinance. Nobody better than my friends at the Lund Mortgage team.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight shines a light on the Thunderbirds for their ongoing support of organizations that assist children and families. Through events like the WM Phoenix Open, the Thunderbirds and Thunderbirds Charities have raised more than $226 million for Arizona nonprofit organizations. KTAR is proud to shine our Community Impact Spotlight on the Thunderbirds.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hi, Chris Merrill from the Chris and Joe Show. You know it's midterm season when the politicians start fighting over the minutia of campaign funding. Arizona Democrats already showing cracks in their facade because they can't seem to agree on how much they don't like rich people or how they plan to eat the rich or maybe feed them better. It's Monday at 2 on air on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
You know, you got to pour a little bit out today. Pour a little out for you Southwest Airlines old schoolers. Because today was the day that Southwest Airlines officially did away with the open call, the pick the first seat that you like. As a matter of fact, I thought it was interesting. I saw pictures at the airport of them literally taking out those, what do you call them, stanchions signs, like 1 through 30 and stuff like that.
Wow.
It's all gone.
Wow.
All gone.
Oh, it's a sad day. It's sad. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. Because, you know, I always like to go for the... I always like to go for that first class seat on Southwest. You know which one I'm talking about.
Emergency exit window.
Emergency exit window. The one that's on the window that's got no seat in front of it.
Woo! Stretch out.
I'll tell you, I've gotten that a few times.
Southwest first class.
I must say, it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's really good. And so, how do you get that seat now? I probably got to pay for it. I probably got to.
Without a doubt.
There's no question. Even if it exists, I'm sure they move stuff around.
Well, it's going to be just like other airlines where there are, what do you want to call them? Premium seats or economy plus or whatever, you know, they have different names for them. But you will pay extra to sit in the forward, closer to the front.
Right.
You'll pay extra to sit on a window. You'll pay extra to sit in an emergency exit and have more leg room. Like they are going to that business model because it works.
Okay.
People pay for it.
All right. When you fly Southwest, it used to be you could pick your seat. But you could also pick who you didn't want to sit next to.
Ooh.
So let's say that I get on the plane and I got an aisle seat.
Uh-huh.
And I'm seeing some people that look a little shady to me.
Dodgy.
Right? And I'm like, hey, you want to sit next to me? Why don't you sit next to me? I'm a really nice guy. I like to chat. Come
I
sit
sell
next to
life
me.
insurance.
I sell life insurance.
I'd love to talk to you about Holder.
And that person walks right by,
I'll
right?
tell you, yeah.
I mean, you had that power. You don't have that power anymore.
No, you don't.
Hey, why don't you come sit next to me? I like to nap. Do you like to nap? Hey, maybe we can share.
I like to cuddle.
Maybe we can share the blanket. Hey, do you want a drink? I want a drink. Maybe you can sit next to me. And then, you know, all of a sudden that weird person just keeps walking past you.
So as a byproduct of this, Gatos, they also changed their, they call it customer of size policy.
I heard that, yes.
So previously, Southwest allowed customers of size to use 2 seats if there was an empty seat on the plane. No more. The new policy that started today says if you do not fit entirely within 1 seat, you must purchase a second seat, regardless of whether the seat next to you is empty.
I don't think it's ever going to happen.
What do you mean?
They're not going to stop people overweight from going on the plane. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't know. They can't put a scale there. We know that's not going to. You'd have to be. I don't mean to be rude or anything or mean because I don't want to be mean. But you probably have to be quite obese for them to really say something.
Well, I think those people know it.
Yeah, but
don't they? Like, I don't fit well in an airline seat.
But they don't want to. But think about it. Do you want to buy 2 seats? Who can buy 2 seats in a day and age like this?
Okay, fine. But why is it suddenly my problem that you don't fit in a seat when I and this happened to me last year, where a beautiful like Lizzo, a woman, sat down in the middle seat.
Yeah, it's hard.
And had to put the armrest up because she didn't fit between the armrests. Okay, number one.
Right.
And I'm on the window because I sit on the window. I was pressed up against the window.
Probably closest to the wing.
I was like, I thought I'm going to have like marks on my arm and my cheek from being pressed up against the side of the plane. No. She's a big girl.
I think Becky Lynn is going to have a breaking story.
That we do.
Wow, that happened in Minneapolis. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, just when you thought it couldn't get worse.
That's a new one.
Yeah.
Huh.
Becky Lynn with some breaking news coming up here in just a moment. And also KTAR's Barry Markson's going to be joining us as we talk about the law in Arizona. Coming up, Outspoken on KTAR.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89. tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Ecuador's Minister of Foreign Affairs has filed a protest with the U.S. Embassy, claiming Immigrations and Custom Enforcement agents tried to enter the Ecuadorian consulate in Minneapolis without permission today. A video of the attempt on social media shows a consulate staffer running to the door to turn the ICE agents away, telling them, "This is the Ecuadorian consulate. You're not allowed to enter." One ICE officer can be heard responding by threatening to grab the staffer if he touched the agent before agreeing to leave. International law generally prohibits law enforcement authorities from entering foreign consulates or embassies without permission. The State Department did not immediately respond to questions. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com.
ICE out of Phoenix! ICE out of Phoenix!
Community members demand an end to ICE raids in the Valley after Homeland Security served search warrants at more than a dozen Zip sports grills yesterday. Local immigration attorney Julianne Manzanares was at the location near Central and Osborne and accused federal agents of terrorizing the community.
Those who spoke English were treated more respectfully, while those who did not speak English or had an accent described being treated more roughly.
Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari was at the protest today and called for the impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. And just days ago, Homeland Secretary Noem falsely accused Alex Preddy of brandishing his gun. And she also said the ICU nurse was there to kill law enforcement. Neither statements have been proven. And ABC's chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has details now on the Trump-Noem Oval Office meeting today.
Sources tell ABC News Kristi Noem went to the White House to make her case to the president last night, requesting a meeting after Trump announced border czar Tom Homan would take over operations in Minnesota. Their Oval Office sit-down, sources say, lasted more than 2 hours. Not in the room, Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, one of the main architects of Trump's hardline immigration crackdown.
We're learning more about a shooting involving U.S. Border Patrol this morning in southern Arizona. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says it began with an agent chasing a suspect near Aravaca who was believed to have been involved in human smuggling.
They recognized his vehicle, made a traffic stop. When they made that traffic stop, the lone occupant, the driver, fled on foot. The agent, the Border Patrol agent, chased after him on foot. Shortly thereafter, shots were fired from the suspect, and the agent returned fire.
Those shots fired by the suspect were apparently aimed at a CBP chopper. The suspect was flown to a hospital in critical condition. No Border Patrol agents were hurt. Jury selection beginning in a trial alleging Meta and YouTube deliberately addict and harm children. ABC's Alex Stone in Los Angeles saying that right before trial, one company made a deal allowing it to avoid going in front of a jury.
Just before the trial was set to begin here in L.A., TikTok agreed to settle, avoiding trial. Meta's Instagram and Google's YouTube are still facing claims that their platforms deliberately addict and harm children. Snapchat settled the case last week, taking it out of the trial. The core of the case is around a 19-year-old woman. She claims that her use of social media from an early age addicted her to technology and led to depression and suicidal thoughts. Her case is expected to be a bellwether to see how similar cases could play out in front of a jury. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Today on Wall Street, the Dow dropped big, 409 points, but still closed above 49,000. The S&P was up 28, which actually put the index at a new all-time high, just barely. The Nasdaq rose 215 today. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic for us now. Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with debris on the HOV lane, Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, eastbound near 17th Avenue. A look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on Happy Valley Road and Lake Pleasant Road. Phoenix again with a crash involving a pedestrian on 12th Street and Southern Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight, clear skies, 45 for our low, and tomorrow another warm, beautiful day, 74 for a high. It's 69 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. And Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour of the show.
A lot of people will tell you the final hour of the show, the best of the hour.
We were here yesterday and discovered, okay, there's a lot of ice action in the valley.
Yep.
Maybe 14 or 15 restaurants, Zip Sports
Zips
Bar.
chain.
Yeah, all kind of raided. We really don't know the reason. It seems like it was planned, which, by the way, I think that's better than, hey, we're just going to bust your door down and see if we got any brown people here.
Right. It appeared to be like they were taking computers and bookkeeping records or whatnot. This could be a IRS scam. It could be a Social Security. We don't know.
So maybe there is fraud or there's a scandal or something. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe they went in for the right reasons. Hard to do that with this new version of ICE because of...
Well, you can't trust what they say.
They kill people and anything.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But after it was all done, there were a lot of protesters. There were a lot of ticked off people.
Mm-hmm.
And there was an incident in one part of town, and we have to talk about it because I got to tell you, I thought it was absolutely sickening. It's on video. It's certainly easy to look at, and it's easy to figure out.
Yeah.
Did he just do that?
Yeah, but the video we're talking about is what happened after the gas masked, SWAT cosplay ICE guys showed up at the Zips at Park Central Mall. They have, to paint the picture, they've gotten in their cars.
Right.
And they're leaving the parking lot, leaving the Park Central Mall area, getting onto Central Ave to drive away. I would say, at least in the video, there's a line of maybe 4 or 5 cars. It looks like it's a truck, by the way, the second vehicle in line. One of the ICE cowards reaches out the window as the truck is driving down the road and maces, pepper sprays, chemical irritant, whatever they're using, the line of people standing on the sidewalk, legally standing on a sidewalk, recording them. So that's why we have video of it, amazingly enough, because they don't care if you record them.
They're not in the street.
They weren't blocking their path.
They're not impeding traffic.
No.
They're recording.
Yeah.
The guy who did that is garbage.
Well, my question is...
Total hot garbage. To do that and I know part of him did it because there was a few women that were there. This version of ICE likes to throw down women, and they like to spray women in the face with their pepper spray. There was, I can't be more honest. There was absolutely no reason for that.
No, it's obviously it was punitive and he was angry, and so
vile.
Just wanted to try to harm people as they were leaving.
On my way out, I'm going to leave a little something behind.
Yeah, drive-by macing.
And so we've talked about this a lot today. Gosh, I got to tell you, we've got a lot of texts from cops.
Yeah, I got one
cow.
from an officer who said, and I'm looking for it because I don't want to misquote them. They said, I've seen officers get suspended for far less. it would be assault. Macing people standing on a sidewalk would be assault if there was no threat to himself or other agents.
All right. I want to talk to a lawyer.
Oh.
Don't you want to know if this is assault?
I mean, where are we at? I mean, does the law not apply to everyone?
KTAR legal expert, our buddy Barry Markson joins us. Barry, how are you?
Good, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
Peachy.
You saw the video. A lot of people are seeing this video. I think even Senator Kelly was somebody, and Gallego, they retweeted this. That was just insane. I don't know why I'm so surprised. I shouldn't be. Is that assault? Because I'll tell you, if I'm the woman that took that in the face, am I going to buy a big new house thanks to the government check I'm getting? Because I'm suing their rear end.
I think in the short answer is yes. That's assault. People have an absolute right to protest. You have an absolute right to do that on the sidewalk. You can chant and sing and dance and yell things and whatever you want. You can film law enforcement. All of that is legal, protected speech. And if police and law enforcement are allowed to do things to control the crowd or manage it during a law enforcement activity, but that's not what he was doing here. He's leaving. He's on the way out. Nobody stepped off the sidewalk. Nobody was impeding that car from leaving. And he just put his arm out the window and sprayed people. So, yes, I think it's looking at what I've seen, I think it's assault. It could result in criminal charges and absolutely could result in a civil lawsuit.
So if you're that woman who was, and it was
one woman got a whole bunch and she falls to the ground, writhing around.
You know what? If you're that woman and anyone else who got hit by it, what do you do? Do you actually go and get a lawyer? Do you call Barry Markson? Do you get a lawyer and you say, this is what happened? This is the video. How do you go and you sue the government? How do you do this?
Well, it's yes, you go find a lawyer who wants to take that case. And it's, normally what I would say is, what are your damages, right? So the damages that this person or these people have suffered were generally going to be temporary in nature. If you get maced, pepper sprayed, it's awful, it's painful, but you're going to be okay. And by tomorrow morning, it's all that's gone. So the damages aren't necessarily that big. But here, you have constitutional violations. You have the government violating your constitutional rights. So it's an additional. From a civil lawsuit perspective, it's an additional charge. That said, suing the government is very difficult. You have to have somebody who wants to do that. And do we know the name of this officer? Can we figure that out? I suppose we could figure it out with a lawsuit. And getting the information of which ICE officer or whoever this was, who was there, who was in this car, they could do things to figure it out.
I have a question for you, Barry. Aside from the civil part, we had Chris Mays in here last week. We've had Phoenix Police Department come out and say they're going to uphold the law. We had Sheriff Sheridan. If I see people breaking the law, I'm going to enforce the law.
If I see ICE breaking the law, I'm going to also enforce the law. I'll protect ICE. I'll protect the protesters. I'll protect the people in the streets.
I know you don't do a ton of criminal law, but if I did that, it would be a crime, would it not? Should Phoenix police try to investigate and figure out who they need to arrest?
Well, they can. They have a lot of, it's their decision whether that's where they want to put their resources and go after someone else in law enforcement for something like this, which is absolutely, I think it would be considered a crime and assault. But is that where we're going to put a lot of time and effort into finding out who did this? That's a question that Jerry Sheridan or the city of Phoenix Police Department will have to figure out. What we would normally see in a normal situation was whichever department this was, ICE or HIS or whoever this was, would see that this happened. They'd investigate themselves, and they'd probably have some sort of formal discipline internally.
Not anymore.
And I suppose they would answer questions of the press about here's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know that happens anymore, but that's what would normally happen, right? I mean, that's what we would expect.
No, we'll wait for their press release saying they were violently attacked while driving down Central Avenue, and they luckily defended themselves.
Or the woman looked like a domestic terrorist. We just wanted to be careful and make sure that our ICE
she had a gun.
Safe.
Yeah.
It's but that's normally what would happen if somebody gets upset or law enforcement gets upset and does something. They're internally investigated. It may not result in criminal charges, although it could.
No, but there's discipline.
There'd be discipline, and I don't know that that's happening anymore. Maybe it is. We have no idea, but it doesn't seem like it.
All right. Hey Barry, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Barry Markson, our legal experts.
KTAR's legal analyst.
Like he I don't know, one of you guys said it's is there anyone watching over to kind of see what's legal and what's not? I mean, I was reading earlier today that some of the court cases, they're starting to catch up. Like there are some court cases in Minneapolis. One judge wants the head of ICE in his courtroom.
In my courtroom to explain why you're violating orders.
Correct.
Yeah, violating a judge's order.
So are we starting to see the courts catch up a little bit?
What if they refuse to show up? Who's going to drag them in?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like that's where you get to. But again, there are laws that apply to police officers also. They are not above the law.
Right. I mean, the law requires, ICE or whatever agency it is, if there's something that was done as sickening and disgusting and ridiculous as this, a guy who in the car, safe and sound, rolls the window down, puts out the mace, and just sprays a whole bunch of people. It is
while leaving.
It's just horrific.
Yeah.
It's and again, it happened in Phoenix, and folks, this should tell us something. It should tell us who's here.
Yeah, well, they certainly don't believe in the law. I know that.
We know at least one of these guys will do this.
Yeah.
And it means that more of them will do it because they, I don't want to say they don't know any better. I know they know better. I think they just, they're not trained right. 47 days isn't training. And,
they've been told do whatever you want. There's not going to be any repercussions.
So go after the worst of the worst. But if ICE goes after the worst of the worst, they'd be arresting themselves.
At this point, yes. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. Coming up next, we're going to talk a little bit about the return of online learning. And not for a good reason, to say the least. Coming up, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, so Bruce, you'll want to hear this. I'm on with Broomhead, my buddy, today. 8:50 for the big Q, and we're chatting. We're having a good time, and he goes, "What's going on in your house?" And I said, "Oh, can you hear that? Because I'm on the Gatos 3000. I'm at home." And so we just finished up getting brand new windows from Advanced Window Products. And so the guys were putting in, the windows upstairs, and it was, they had to drill one thing, and it was right near the microphone and all that. And Mike is like, "Yeah, I can hear it. It's amazing. I can actually see out of my windows for the very first time." So we were talking about Advanced Window Products on Mike's show earlier today, and you heard a little bit of the background. Listen, family-owned business. It is their 40-year anniversary. I've hired them because they're simply the best. They build the windows. They install the windows. I can tell you because they were doing that today. They finished up. It's an incredible job. And by the way, if I have anything wrong with the windows over the next however long I'm here, 100 years, I'd like to live to 100 or so. They guarantee the windows for life, okay? Call them. Make an appointment. It's free. Mention Gatos, 480-746-4280, 480-746-4280, advancedwindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
6:17, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. New tonight, Ecuador's Minister of Foreign Affairs has filed a protest with the U.S. Embassy, claiming Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents tried to enter the Ecuadorian consulate in Minneapolis without permission today. A video of the attempt on social media shows a consulate staffer running to the door to turn the ICE agents away, saying, "This is the Ecuadorian consulate. You're not allowed to enter." One ICE officer can be heard responding by threatening to grab the staffer if he touched the agent before agreeing to leave. International law generally prohibits law enforcement authorities from entering foreign consulates or embassies without permission. The State Department has not immediately responded to questions. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now let's take a look at traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder on the Durango curve / I-17 northbound approaching 7th Street. Phoenix again, debris blocking the HOV lane. Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway eastbound near 17th Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, let me do a quick shout out to everyone listening in Sun City. The Sun Cityans, thank you guys so much. Sun City, this is your shout out.
Yeah, you're not saying that loud enough. They can't hear you.
Oh. Are they driving in golf carts right now? They drive golf carts everywhere.
I'm thinking about getting one maybe in about 10 years.
In 10 years, you get yourself a golf cart? Big stereo system in it, though. You can crank it up.
I think it'd be pretty cool.
Listen,
who wants to walk down to the mailbox anymore?
They have some pretty cool golf carts these days. You do not poo-poo the golf carts where see the latest in golf cart technology.
You can pimp that thing out, man.
100%.
Did I use the word pimp correctly in that?
In that sentence, you actually did. Yes, very, very, very well. Just
okay.
You're taking you back to your MTV days. Good for you.
Okay.
Phoenix Union High School District, primarily Central Phoenix kind of area. Put out an email to parents offering online learning options to families concerned about immigration enforcement. This is for the kids and for parents or family members concerned about running into ICE, taking or picking kids up from school, or kids on their way to school or on their way home. So they're offering online learning. It's unclear at this point how many have taken them up on that.
All right. Listen, we all know about online learning. We all know how it went during COVID. My wife was a teacher for 30 years. Unfortunately, she had prepared for 2020 to be the last year she would teach. And unfortunately, she never got to say goodbye to the kids. And she had to learn all this computer stuff. The kids had to get it, learn it all. They tried and tried. I watched her try desperately to teach the children.
The online part.
Online. There's so many distractions.
Pretty hard, right?
One person's dog walks by, and then another 20 kids are like, well, look at my dog. Let me bring my dog into the picture. It doesn't work. It doesn't work well. It is a last option. And so there will be families who say, you know what? I think I'm going to keep my kid home. And it's not because I'm here illegally. Remember, this version of ICE doesn't care.
Doesn't care.
If you're legal,
snatch American
it doesn't
citizens,
matter.
Kill them on the streets.
Does not matter.
Doesn't seem to matter.
It does not matter. So you, as a parent, know, and you should know by watching Minneapolis, they've gone into schools.
Oh, yeah.
They were waiting outside of a church on Sunday and asking everybody. When they got in their car, they stopped them. Are you here legally? I don't know. I'm 70 years old and I'm white. What do you want from me? Of course, they stopped the brown people, too.
Yeah.
Of course they did. And it's racial profiling. And so I think, will ICE go into schools? Absolutely. Where did they just go in? Becky Lynn, where did they just go? Where did
we just
ICE
had the
go
breaking
into
news.
Minneapolis?
The Ecuadorian consulate.
Isn't that Ecuadorian soil
It
if it's
belongs,
a consulate?
yes, you're considered to be in another country.
By the way,
they'll go anywhere.
When you go into another country's embassy or consulate, in many places it's considered an act of war.
Yes.
Right.
Just throwing it out there. Invading their sovereign land.
There is no place where they won't go. So do you think they could come to your school? They could. I was watching a video, and it was there was like this guy running for office or whatever, and anyway, that's not really important, but he was videotaping all the ICE cars going around the block of an elementary school, around the block, circling the block. And he just went out there and he knocked on one of the windows, and ICE drove off, and that was it. Because he said, I was just going to ask why you're here at an elementary school. I don't think he was going to make a big deal of it. I think he just wanted to know. And listen, again, he's a politician. He probably wanted hits, I'm sure. Okay. They will come to schools. They have gone to churches. They're going to the Ecuadorian
consulate. Yeah.
So We should absolutely not go back.
Which is full of Ecuadorians.
They should not.
Almost 100% sure.
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, it is the Ecuador consulate.
Aren't they here legally?
But yeah, they're diplomats.
Yes, they're diplomats.
Of course, I guess.
Yeah.
I say it almost in jest, and I shouldn't. You just keep shaking your head.
Yeah.
You just keep shaking your head, and you keep asking yourself, is it going to get any better? Is it going to get any better? I don't know.
We had, today on the show, we got a chance to speak to two people who eyewitnessed what went on at that Zips at Park Central Mall yesterday.
Troy Hayden from 12 News was one of the first out there yesterday at one of the Zips.
Yes, and Elvia Diaz, also a journalist, was there. She'd been tipped off that ICE might show up.
We're going to hear a little bit from both.
We'll do that coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight shines a light on the Thunderbirds for their ongoing support of organizations that assist children and families. Through events like the WM Phoenix Open, the Thunderbirds and Thunderbirds charities have raised more than $226 million for Arizona nonprofit organizations. KTAR is proud to shine our Community Impact Spotlight on the Thunderbirds.
Sweet James. Hey, I want you to hire the attorneys at Sweet James. They've been serving injured accident victims for over 25 years. You know, they're part of the community here, the official attorney partner of the Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is trusted by thousands and thousands of injured accident victims here in Arizona. Listen, if you get in an accident, don't take the low ball check from the insurance companies. They want you to take as little as possible. No, call Sweet James. They win. That's right, 98% winning record. Their experience in over 500 trials with a 98% winning record means that insurance companies know they're not screwing around. Sweet James does not back down. You need somebody in your corner that is going to fight the insurance companies and get you the money that you deserve, okay? Call Sweet James, 1-800-9-MILLION, 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 online sweetjames.com.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
If you live or work in Superior, Porter's is where you eat. We love serving the community that's meant so much to our family for generations. Having the Resolution Mine here has been a great thing. More business in town means more business for us, our suppliers, the hotels, really all of our neighbors. Projects like this drive the whole economy around here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Join KTAR and Arizona Sports April 12th in Tempe for Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of ASU Sun Devil football. Celebrate the legacy in every stride, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. New this year, the post-race Tillman Tailgate. Enjoy live music, food truck alley, and the Expo Marketplace outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today to honor Pat Tillman's legacy with every stride at patsrun.org.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
Outside of Phoenix!
Community members gathered at Zips Sports Grill near Central and Osborne to demand an end to ICE raids today.
This comes after Homeland Security investigations served search warrants at 15 Zips around the valley yesterday. Local immigration attorney Juliana Manzanares went to the Zips near downtown and says more law enforcement showed up when federal agents were leaving, prepared to deploy chemical agents.
As officers were leaving with a clear path, all ready to leave, chemical agents were deployed near the crowd and people began coughing. I began coughing.
Manzanares was told workers who spoke Spanish were treated more roughly than those who spoke English. Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari was at the protest today and called for the impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Arizona is one of a number of states that will be getting millions of dollars to continue building EV charging stations across the state.
In a final ruling, a federal judge ordering the Department of Transportation to release about $1 billion in funding for the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. Arizona among 19 other states that challenged the Trump administration's withholding of close to $1 billion designed to build out the EV infrastructure across the U.S. AG Chris Mays praised the ruling, saying Arizona was owed the money. She recovered $15 million that will expand the number of charging stations across Arizona. John Roller, KTAR News.
Classic rock fans getting a gift, a remixed version of an epic debut album.
Proving everything old is new again. Aerosmith's 1973 self-titled album is being reissued next month, remixed, remastered, and of course, on vinyl, just like the old days, a 4-record set. Co-founders Steven Tyler and Joe Perry have newly mixed the original recordings and tapes alongside producers Zach Cervini and Steve Berkowitz. The epic track, Dream On, wasn't a hit at the time until it was discovered by fans 2 years later. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
And turning to sports, a lot of action on the hardwood tonight. Phoenix Suns play host to the Brooklyn Nets, and you can catch the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM with tip-off set for 7 o'clock. Also, the Arizona State Sun Devils are in the Sunshine State. I'm not sure how sunshiny it is right now, though, in Central Florida. And they're taking on the Central Florida Knights. Sun Devils up 52-47 in the second half. Grand Canyon University Antelopes on the road taking on Nevada. Tip-off for that game at 8:30. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Checking on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder on the Durango curve / I-17 northbound near 7th Street. A look into our surface streets, Avondale with a crash on Indian School Road and Dysart Road. Phoenix with a crash on 75th Avenue and Thomas Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We're looking for an overnight low right around 45 degrees, clear skies, and then sunshine later on in the week, but tomorrow a few clouds and 74. And then it's going to really warm up. We're going to be maybe around 77 by Friday and right under 80 for the weekend. Currently it's 65 though in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp. Depending on what happens at the legislature, you could end up having to do your 2025 state tax return twice. We'll explain why on the next Arizona's Morning News.
All right. Hey, earlier, well, I guess let's take it back to yesterday when we heard about the whatever the operation was happening at multiple Zips sports bars around town.
Drove by the one on 16th Street in Bethany today. And literally pulled up to the front door, and they were closed. So
interesting.
I think obviously most of them are closed. Okay. I don't know what's going on.
But yesterday, when this started to happen, we were trying to figure out what was going on.
Right.
And we saw our friend Troy Hayden from 12 News live on the scene at Park Central Mall.
Here's kind of what it sounded like yesterday.
We just had these agents come in their heavy riot gear, and basically they pushed the protesters back, and you can see them as they're retreating right now with their hands on each other's shoulders coming back.
All right. So
we wanted to learn more.
Yeah.
We wanted to go right to the source, so we had Troy Hayden on a little bit earlier.
Yeah, from 12 News, and, it looked like there was a moment where this thing was going to get a bit ugly.
Fair.
And so we said, Troy, come on, talk to us about it. Here's part of that interview. There was a moment where you're like, ooh, this could get bad. What was going through your mind, and what were you seeing?
What'd you see? Yeah.
Well, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it, actually, because, it has been since SB 1070. I wasn't out for the Black Lives Matter, clashes that we had not that long ago, but I was out for SB 1070. It reminded me of that. So I'm doing my live report and for our 6 o'clock newscast, and I was kind of walking around showing the protesters who were yelling at these officers from multiple agencies, all federal agencies, and they were just trying to get back into their cars and get out of there. But the protesters had surrounded their cars.
Okay.
And they weren't pounding on windows or doing anything, but they were yelling, some swearing, somebody had a megaphone saying, shame on you. And it started getting more and more kind of amped up. So when I finished my report, I turned around, and as I was walking back towards the other side, I looked up and I saw probably 20 officers in full riot gear. And I'm talking about gas masks. They had pepper guns in their hands. They were in formation, and they were moving towards that crowd. They came right back to me on the air, and I think that's a little bit of what you played. But at that moment, my photographer even was getting closer to the middle of the scene. I grabbed his shoulder. His name's Chris. I'm like, Chris, no, we're not getting in front of the pepper guns.
Yeah,
all right. So we're going to stay back just so we can see what's going on, but we're not getting in front of them. And they came right in. They got right up to those protesters who turned and faced them. And I saw one protester get right in the face of one of those, riot gear officers, and he shoved him back. It wasn't like a little push; it was a shove. Now the guy didn't fall, but he went flying back. And at that point, it flashed off in my brain that if somebody throws a bottle, if somebody throws a punch, if somebody pushes back, that I thought it was going to go south right there. Thankfully, it didn't.
Troy Hayden, 12 News anchor reporter. You've been out at some of these things. You've been pepper sprayed, right? Have you breathed that stuff in? What is it like?
Let me tell you, it is designed very well. And I remember the first time I got tear gassed, which is, almost the same thing. It makes you want to get away from it as fast as you can. It makes you clear out. It's almost like ammonia. If you smell ammonia, where it's so intense that it like almost burns your brain. That's what I think it's like. And it's so intense that all you want to do is get away.
Troy, and again, I was watching you, trying to do a radio show, but like, oh my God, look, Troy's in the middle of this. Cool. At one point, it looked like, and the camera panned over, was there Phoenix police there? It looked like I saw people in dark uniforms, not wearing masks. They look like, quote unquote, regular police officers.
I thought it was so interesting because when I very first got there, I'm trying to figure out who these officers are, Yeah, because there's one, there are letters that I had never seen before. I think one of them, I read it in some release earlier, but it's somebody who goes in and kind of gets people out. I never saw they all had different uniforms on.
Okay.
So I was a little confused too. And I was like, is this kind of like a ragtag band of people put together? Because how often do you see like a Maricopa County Sheriff's deputy with a Phoenix PD with a DPS all hanging out together? You don't see it very often, and that's what it was. Now the second group of people who showed up, They all had the same uniform. They all had the riot gear. They meant business. I think they came in as a unified force to get these other officers out of there. And, look, this goes both ways, I think. I think officers, police officers, federal officers all have the right to do their jobs and go home to their families, right? They shouldn't be the subject of violence either. So I think when those officers saw that they weren't going to be able to get out of there and they were being surrounded by people who were hostile to them, they were within their rights to get help to get out of there. I'm just glad there wasn't violence like we saw in Minnesota.
And we spoke to another eyewitness earlier, and she made the point that the people who went in around 4 o'clock, this whole thing happened around 4 something in the afternoon, they were not dressed in riot gear. They were a Homeland Security investigation or whatever. They went in to do an investigation. You're saying those people had trouble leaving, and that's when the guys in riot gear showed up. They didn't show up at Zips in riot gear to start with.
No. The people that we saw, and actually it happened right before I got there, but I saw a video we brought back here. They came out with boxes of documents. Right. Looked like files. They came out with a computer. I mean, it looks like, we've seen, I think, 3 or 4 other instances of restaurants being raided for, I guess it's, stolen identity. Or, there's a sushi place, there was a taco place. So maybe that's how this started. We still don't know exactly. But yeah, they were not the riot gear officers. They were the officers coming in to grab files, and then all of a sudden they're surrounded.
Understood.
Troy Hayden, 12 News. I think that some of these protesters were organized. As you said, they came from, down the street. They were already protesting.
Using social media to follow or whatever.
But I also think from everybody that I've talked to, a lot of it's organic. A lot of it is people who are leaving a business or people that were leaving the gym.
Yeah, the gym was next door, right? And people came piling out of the gym.
They looked at this and they're like, you know what? I'm furious about what's happening. I am furious. I'm going to go over there. And you know what? I may yell. Or I may record. And so I do think a lot of it was organic.
There were definitely different groups of people there. There were people who had the signs and the bullhorns. They were ready to go from the time they got there. Right. But as you say, there are also people coming out of the gym or the little medical school that's there or whatever they have going on. And I didn't see them chanting as much, but they were definitely kind of offering support. And then I saw like a third group that's just kind of sitting back, a little shell-shocked, And I would say Yasemin Ansari was one of them, the congresswoman.
Yes.
I walked up to her and started talking to her. She looked shook. And I heard some audio just in your newscast right now. She was not like that when I talked to her yesterday. Yeah, because it was a scene where you felt, again, like something could go wrong very easily.
All right, that's part of our interview with Troy Hayden, 12 News anchor reporter, one of the best in town, if not the best. And I mean, listen, when he's there and he's reporting and he's been in these situations before, and we've all watched over the many weeks of what's happened in Minneapolis, he started looking around. He's like, there are a lot of angry people here.
This isn't good, right?
And again, I think it's fair. There are a lot of angry people on both sides. Like, I shouldn't be angry, right? Why are you guys angry? They are. Why are you getting out of a car and want to pick a fight? Because they do. This is the new version of ICE. I understand why the people are angry. Because we should all be angry about what we've seen. And, is it fair for these ICE guys, this new version of ICE to get booed and shouted out? You know what? Yeah, it is fair. It is fair because it's the only way we can protest this. You shouldn't go up to an ICE agent. You shouldn't throw anything. You shouldn't get in their face.
Be violent, right?
You shouldn't do any of that stuff.
We're not arguing that.
Not at all. You should tape it, and you should speak your mind. One guy tried to speak his mind today in Minneapolis. Let me play this for you.
I will tell you this, brother.
And
this is the ICE agent
talking.
That's
the ICE agent right out of the gate talking.
Yeah. I will tell you this, brother. What? I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
If I raise my voice, you'll erase my...
Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Are you serious? You said if I raise my voice, you'll erase my voice?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a clown, and you shouldn't have a badge. What are you, like a mall cop? I mean, come on.
Talk about playing tough guy.
Oh, my gosh. If that's what we have to deal with here in Phoenix, it's going to be rough.
Yeah. Well, and again, we've seen unprofessional behavior already in a very short period of time.
Yes, we have. It is,
and I would argue unlawful behavior already
of law enforcement. We've already seen an ICE agent assault many people.
Yeah. On a sidewalk.
On a sidewalk. And it is on video, and you can see it anywhere.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has all that you need to know. And up next, are you concerned about the state of the country? One survey might say yes. We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. The Fountain of Youth. Have we actually discovered it? Because I'm all in if it's the Fountain of Youth. Goodness gracious. It's testosterone therapy. All right, gentlemen. If you have low testosterone, you suspect you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. And all you do is go to Red Mountain Weight Loss, meet the wonderful doctors there, and take the test. They'll tell you if you have low T. And if you do, you get it treated with testosterone therapy. And it'll feel like the Fountain of Youth. You'll feel like you're 20 again. You're going to gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life is going to be better. Fountain of Youth. Testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Now, if you go there and you mention Gatos, you'll also get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. You can try that out. Burn the belly fat. You get ripped. It's fantastic. Go get your edge back at redmountainweightloss.com.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from KTAR News. This show's keyword is
bunker. Bunker.
Text the word
bunker
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Back in 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, Ford has kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. Paul Calvise here. Take the 2025 Ford F-150 truck. Available features like Pro Power on board and interior work surface. Every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart technology. And right now, in a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back. 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. Or looking for something smaller in size? How about the Ford Bronco Sport or the Ford Maverick truck? Affordability never looks so good. But hurry, it all ends January 31st at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:47, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The California Highway Patrol says it made a shocking discovery while investigating an illegal marijuana grow operation.
When a California Highway Patrol team executed a search warrant at a property in Shasta County this month, they thought they were going in to bust a marijuana grow operation. But inside, they say they found an underground bunker accessible through a 100-foot-long culvert. The bunker had power, ventilation, a concrete floor, and drainage. They found body armor, high-capacity magazines, 13 guns, including a sawed-off shotgun, 3 AR-style rifles, and 2 guns stolen in 2016 and 1978. They found 10,000 rounds of ammo and armor-piercing bullets. The 40-year-old resident is facing a long list of charges. Alex Stone, EBC News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's get another look at the road home tonight with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder on the Durango curve / I-17 northbound approaching 7th Street. Avondale with a crash Indian School Road and Dysart Road. And Phoenix with a crash on 75th Avenue and Thomas Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded Best Attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, KTAR.com, right side of the page. Fantastic. Gatos Big Q. All right, what's the craziest statistic about the epic snowstorm that hit most of the U.S.?
Oh, okay.
Right?
Craziest statistic.
It was crazy.
Yeah, it was a bit crazy.
Let's see. Over 330 million Americans were affected.
How many Americans are there?
I don't know. Is it all of them?
It seems like all of them.
B, Central Park, New York City. 11 inches of snow.
Wow. Wow.
The most ever recorded. You could throw a lot of dead bears in there and probably not find them.
You wouldn't even find them. Buried in the snow.
Craziest statistic about the epic snowstorm. Let's see. C, almost 20,000 flights canceled over the weekend.
That's you.
And D, parts of Minnesota dropped to minus 40 degrees.
Okay, I think it gets to minus 40 in Minnesota all the time. I think Central Park saw 11 inches of snow is the craziest statistic, and I'm going to think I'm in the majority here. 52% of us say that.
It finished last. You're dead wrong.
Come on!
12%.
Really?
Number one answer, 330 million Americans affected. A close second, minus 40 in Minnesota. And then in third, flights canceled. Wow, you really blew that one terrible.
Sorry.
That was... Wow, you really
wasn't even close, was it?
No.
Not even. Yeah. You win some, you lose some.
You should just do what you do usually. You just cheat and look.
Well, obviously, I'm not cheating if I came in dead last. All right. We had some, again, we get all these statistics, Gatos, and surveys and whatnot. Consumer confidence. This is a vibe, I guess you'd say, that has been tracked for decades. The University of Michigan does this every single month, and they track it over, again, they've been doing it for a long time. Bad news. Consumer confidence is now at a 12-year low. And it's not just a little bit low. Like, it's off the bottom of the chart low. Why are Americans so pessimistic about the economy, shopping, their jobs? And does it have anything to do with all the headlines, the negative headlines, the violence, the ICE shootings, etc.? Do you think they can be combined?
I think everybody's talking about this new version of ICE. And the majority of Americans, by far, you can look at the polls, don't like what they see. And it puts you in this malaise. We came in here on Monday and I said the news is crippling. And it is. It's weighing on us. Yeah. It's weighing on everybody. Even people who don't dip their toe into the news very often, they like to stay away from it, furious about what we're seeing in this country. It's un-American. And listen, I don't know. Does that make you stop shopping? What I can tell you is our economy runs on the crap that we like to buy. And if our consumer confidence is at a low point of 12 years, it's that is, I can understand if people pull back after Christmas.
Okay.
I get that. That could be one part.
Sure.
The other part could be the weather. I mean, it could be. And the other part, could be some people are like, you know what? I don't know if ice is here, but I don't want to drive. Now, I'm getting people who tell me that.
Well, I think it's bigger than that.
What do you got?
Well, no, in the sense of course, we know that prices for some things are still very high. Groceries, maybe especially, food, eating out, things like that. Mm-hmm. It's gotten to the point where some people just flat can't afford it. They're having to cut back. They're having to make tough choices on things.
Right.
But all of the negativity, all of the, afraid when you get the alert on your phone, breaking news, you're like, oh gosh, what now?
Yeah, no, you're right.
It just has a feeling of dragging you down.
It sucks the energy out of you.
Good point.
Because you love the country that you're in, and you're watching certain people destroy it.
There you go. Appreciate you guys spending time with us today. Don't forget, 5 o'clock face-off tomorrow at 5.
Should be a big one again.
Will be. We appreciate everyone it takes to put the show together. We look through our double pane bulletproof glass. My goodness, over there it's DJ just in time. Also the first lady of Outspoken, our producer, Miss Jules. The Pride of Tennessee and Hall of Famer. We're now contractually obligated to say that. Miss Becky Lynn with all your news and information. And he's back delivering the traffic. Getting you home. That's Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Cárdenas, you're lucky I put up with you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
When it comes to game day, you play to win. And when it's go time, it's Total Wine time. With the lowest prices on your go-to lineup of beers, seltzers, and wines that'll turn your kitchen counter into the ultimate home tailgate. Total Wine is your home field advantage. Our team will go the extra yard to get you ready for the big game. We've got what you need to tackle game day and every day, only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
So we partnered with your Valley Toyota dealers. We wanted to come into your classroom, just take a couple quick minutes, and give your teachers some money.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates